Good evening, councillors. Thank you. I open the public forum of the Randwick Council meeting on the 28th of April at 6:51 p.m. Could I please call up Auntie Barb to perform the welcome? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We might be seated. Thank you.
Can I just load this, please? No, I'm short. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members in the gallery, community members, good evening to you. To all council staff here, good evening. Lovely to see you all and to be back here with you. Mr. Mayor, councillors, Deputy Mayor of Randwick City Council, thank you. From my community, the Lapros community, the Bidjigal people, our neighbouring clans, the Gadigal people in Sydney, to my southwest, the Bidjigal people and also the Guigal people of Kurnell and Kamay Botany Bay. For my elders, past, present and emerging, to all people here tonight, to your elders, to your families, we welcome you as well. We say thank you for what we have as a community, and as a people, we're thanking you as well. So I'm wishing you all a great meeting tonight. You can agree to disagree, walk away in unity and in harmony, but most of all, we're here to represent the people of this community and your communities. Have a lovely meeting. Thank you for having me. I'm always feel myself, really, I'm pleased and pleasure to be here with you all and to share a lovely dinner with you. It's about breaking bread with each other and to be humble with each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Auntie Barb, for that lovely and touching welcome to country. Thank you. Could I please call on Councillor Wilson to read the prayer?
Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessing upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of the city of Randwick and Australia. Amen.
Thank you. I'll now read the chairperson's announcement. In accordance with Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I advise that this public forum of council is being live streamed via council's website, and the person's image and or voice may be broadcast. The live stream recording will be published on council's website for at least 12 months after the meeting or for the balance of council's term. Attendance at the meeting is taken as consent by the person to have their image and or voice being live streamed. All present should refrain from making any defamatory comments or releasing any personal information about another individual without their consent. Council accepts no liability for any damage that may result from defamatory comments made by persons attending this meeting. All liability rests with the individual who made the comments. This meeting must not be live streamed by others without the prior written consent of council. Individuals acting in a disorderly manner can be asked by the chairperson to leave. In relation to speakers we have tonight, speakers will have a maximum of 4 minutes with the possibility for a 1 minute extension on the request of council. Councillors may ask members of the public questions in relation to their remarks. However, I do want to emphasise to any of the public speakers here this evening that as members of the public, you're under no obligation to answer any question that you do not wish or feel comfortable in answering. I now move to the first speaker which we have, but before I do that, I'll just ask councillors, are there any declarations of interest? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. I'm a TAFE employee and I will not be voting in this manner.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in Mayoral Minute 11 of 26, financial assistance and donations. The fourth item, I think, is a request from Rotary, the Botany Randwick Rotary, for waiver of fees. I am a member of Botany Randwick Rotary and I will be volunteering at that function, but I will vote on the matter.
Thank you. Are there any further declarations? There being no further declarations, councillors, if at any point in the meeting a declaration does come to you, please interrupt the meeting and I will take that declaration. Okay, we now move to the first item where we have speakers, Mayoral Minute 10/26, sponsorship of Randwick TAFE Screen and Media Student Film Screening and Awards Night, speaking for Claude Gonzalez. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you and support my students. This has come about recently because of our screen media studies, but every year we graduate 100 students, and the calibre of the work they produce has been considerable over the years, and it has been great to follow them through and encourage their work, and that standard has increased over the last few years. What we're seeking from the council is support for an event for a screening. Each year we hold graduate screenings and award ceremonies, and up until now it's been on campus and has worked. It's been good, but things are getting smaller with each year, and the class hall doesn't really support or do justice to the work that's being shown. And it's time really that we enable the students to look for a more grander setting. In 2026, we'd like to change this, and we're proposing to hold an event at Randwick Ritz Cinema in June. The Ritz management has been very supportive throughout, and they've provided us with a 20% discount on their hire fee and recognise the community spirit that we've approached them with. And the evening will run from around 6 p.m. Films will be shown, presentations, awards. We expect about 200 attendees, family, friends, some dignitaries. I think this really matters for the students because your support will encourage them. They'll have a significant screening at a cinema. Seeing their films on a proper screen in front of an audience is generally a moving and significant moment for them, and it will vindicate their work. It will also mark an end to their studies and will sort of create a unity there behind the screening. The cinema is simply the right place to show films, and we want to encourage that culture of screening films in a cinema. And the Randwick Ritz has been part of that community for us as Randwick TAFE, and also as Randwick local members. We all know that it's a very good cinema and one that encourages local connections. Part of what we also would like to do is do this over the next few years, so we sort of move away from our small hall down the road. And what we're requesting from the council is $3,052 to cover the cost of hiring Cinema 3, the technical fees, the DCP, the microphones, plus 3 awards, $200, $100 and $50, which will be given to the winning films. We would warmly welcome the Mayor in attendance, and we'd love the Mayor to present a prize to the students. There'll be dignitaries from TAFE there, maybe ministerial ones if they accept. It's quite a new event for us. We'd like to reach out to as many industry people as we can, so the students make connections on the night, and also it creates a sort of community spirit and a unity for the students to have a target each year and know that their audience is not just their parents watching their films. So in return, we'd like to acknowledge the council as our principal sponsor of the event. That recognition will also be part of our press materials, our opening speeches, and our social media as well. This is an opportunity for the council and Randwick TAFE to work with these students. We hope you're supportive. If there's any questions I can answer for you, I'd love to. Thank you for the opportunity.
Extension. All those in favour, all those against.
Thank you very much. I made it to time. That was pretty
Excellent.
good.
Are there any questions of the speaker? There being no questions of the speaker,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you very
Mr.
much for
Gonzalez.
your listening and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have speaking in relation to NM 28/26, notice of motion from Councillor Beach, support for community radio. Speaking for Mr. Robbie Buck.
Well, thank you very much. Hello, Mayor, Deputy Mayor and all councillors, and indeed everybody at Randwick Council this evening. It's an honour to be inside your chambers at least via technology this evening. Yes, I would like to speak in support of this motion and indeed of all community radio, but in particular to the radio station 2SER FM, which is facing a pretty major existential crisis at the moment. For a little bit of background, I've been a broadcaster for over 40 years in radio and television, and the entirety of that has actually been in what's considered public broadcasting. So the majority of that has been ABC and SBS, radio and television. But community radio is also considered public broadcasting, and I consider it to be a very important strand in the fabric of Australia's broadcasting fabric. And a threat to a major radio station like 2SER is a very grave one indeed. 2SER was established in 1979. It's been funded since that time by Macquarie University and the University of Technology, and it's been responsible for the nourishment of the city that we live in a cultural way, in an artistic way. Certainly musically, it's been a huge supporter of Australian music. A lot of your independent musicians in your local council area will have found support from 2SER over the years. And it's also been an incredible place for the training of all kinds of professionals, I guess most notably media professionals. I started my Sydney broadcasting career at 2SER in 1992. It was the radio station that gave me my first paying job in radio. It's also been responsible for nurturing an incredible array of talents from across the spectrum of media and professionals. Ross Gittins, who writes in the Herald, Michael Koziol, Stephen McDonnell, who is the China correspondent for the BBC. The list goes on and on. What we discovered at the end of last year is that Macquarie University has decided to pull their funding, which has left the University of Technology as the sole funder at this stage. And we were informed just a month or so ago that if they weren't to find other financial partners, this essential cultural asset to Sydney may be closed down as soon as the end of July, which would be an enormous loss for Sydney, an enormous loss for the students of the University of Technology, an enormous loss, I think, for the cultural fabric of this city. So we have been, and when I say we, I'm talking about the 2SER alumni, and there are many more than the ones I mentioned. We have been actively involved in trying to urge the University of Technology Sydney to continue their funding regardless of whether they find another funding partner. Even if the station has to be constricted and pulled back to a very base level, what is absolutely necessary is to keep the radio station on air, because if it's switched off in July, that will be the end of a really powerful independent voice in this city. And we are talking about independent voices at a time when globally we are seeing a contraction of media voices, of the media landscape. We are being pushed towards...
In favour, all those against. Carried. Please continue. Please continue.
Don't tell me I've been speaking too much. Look, what I would say is that we are living in an era where media, unfortunately, is being taken over by algorithms and big business. And so to have a radio station in Sydney that reflects the people of Sydney, I think is a very important thing. And I would urge you to support this motion if you can. It's not going to cost you anything either. That's pretty good too.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Veach.
Thank you very much for coming in support of this motion. You've obviously had, a really significant career at the ABC and no doubt other stations as well. What sort of place do you think 2SER holds in the sort of, radio ecological niche in Sydney, and particularly with respect to supporting independent musicians and so on, which you touched on?
Well, I think it has
And would they be able to actually find a place elsewhere if 2SER was to shut down?
Well, it would be a major blow to independent art and media and music in Sydney if 2SER was to be closed down. What I think we have to think about as a community is where do we want our focus to be when it comes to supporting local art and local musicians. And what we've seen in the last few years is a lot of that has been pushed onto these big international algorithmic-based companies, and I'm talking about TikTok, and I'm talking about Instagram, and I'm talking about Twitter, etc. And the reality is the people who run those big institutions and those big companies, they don't have any interest in you or me or the people down the street or the people in Randwick, and they don't have any interest in the art and the music and the voices that come from your community. And so to close down a vital voice like 2SER that does reflect your community, I think would be a major mistake.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Buck.
It's been a pleasure. Good luck.
Thank you. We now move to NM 33/26, Notice of Motion from Councillor Magna, Burnie Park and Burnie Park Community Centre, Scoping, Study and Upgrade. Speaking for Mr. Jeff Stevenson, former Councillor Stevenson. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes. It's interesting to be back, actually. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been lobbied by two little 7-year-olds to come here and speak to you about the state of Burnie Park and to try and upgrade it to hopefully its former glory, although I don't know how it was. I saw it many, many years ago when the community centre there was a childcare centre and members of my family went there. But look, it's a great park. It's much loved by the children in Clovelly Public School and St Anthony's nearby. They're both very busy in that park after school. There's not a lot of parks for those kids within walking distance there. I mean, I know there's lots of parks in Randwick, but it's becoming an area with a lot of families, young children. It's pretty busy with toddlers and mums during the day, but after school the kids are running around, and there's no toilets and there's no bubbler. There's no water. So they're the main two issues that the kids complain about because, when it's time to go to the toilet, they have to go home or we have to find somewhere else. There is a toilet in the community centre, I think one toilet in there, but that's usually closed. And there is also, there's shade, but there's nothing to protect you from the rain. So I was there a couple of days ago and it was raining and everyone just got wet. It'd be nice if there's a shade cloth over the play equipment there, which is great, catches the branches falling out of the trees, but there's no actual shelter from the rain. So the building there is in a bit of a sad state. I don't know, it must be 60 years old at least. And there was play equipment inside the fence around that building, but that's all been removed. There was a climb-on thing and a sand pit, but that's all been removed. So it seems that there's quite a few birthday parties used to go on there. I haven't seen any for 6 to 12 months. And so we're just wondering what's going to happen to that building. Is it going to be upgraded? Because it would certainly be utilised if it was going to be upgraded. One thing the kids do like about that park, it dips down. It's a drainage back down to Clovelly Beach, obviously, but it's sort of quiet because it's it's below road level. So when they're kicking balls around, they don't go onto Burnie Street. And there's a nice bit of vegetation growing around the park, which the kids seem to adore playing in. So, don't cut down the vegetation to put in anything. Some people have suggested a bit of a track for people to ride bikes around. There's just one connecting footpath that goes from one side of the park past the building. But councillors, if you haven't had a look at that park, because it's easy to drive past and not even notice, it's worth having a look. It does flood when there's a lot of rain, but the drainage there goes down to Clovelly Beach, I believe. It's sort of the natural drainage of the area. So it can get a bit boggy. There is also recently that there was a
1 minute extension from Councillor Hay. All those in favour, all those against, declare that carried. Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, there was a basketball hoop put in there, which is being used quite a bit, but there's, it's just a bit dried mud underneath, basically, so the ball doesn't bounce too well. So perhaps some sort of concrete for the basketballers there would be good. And yeah, it's just a great little park. It is used by your little residents, and the more you can focus on that, the better. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions? There are no questions. Thank you very much. Before we move to the next speaker of the public forum, just as a procedural matter, I'm just going to adjourn the public forum and open the council meeting. So I now adjourn the public forum at 7:12 p.m. and I open the Randwick Council meeting at 7:12 p.m. and I now adjourn it and return back to the public forum, reopen the public forum. Thank you. We now move to NM 34/26, notice of motion from Councillor Hay, proposal for the Avoca Bondoc Sturt traffic lights, speaking against Megan Sharkey from Better Streets.
Thank you, Mayor. So my name is Megan Sharkey, and I wanted to respond directly against motion 3426. I'm a local resident and a mom of a 12 and 14-year-old. Our family lives, works, and plays in Randwick Council. Now, as noted by Councillor Hayes' motion, this project has already gone through full public consultation process. It started many years ago, and the results were formally adopted in 2019. And importantly, it wasn't ignored. The design was changed in response to the community, trees were waived, plans were revised, concerns were addressed. That's what good consultation looks like. And since then, the community actually hasn't been sided, quite the opposite. There have been petitions, ongoing advocacy, parents in school pushing for safety in this exact location. But now in 2026, we're told this motion, after consultation, redesign, funding, and detailed design, that we need to consult again. So I have to ask, what is left to consult on? Because from a community perspective, that doesn't feel like an engagement anymore, it feels like delay. And the current delay is not because the community hasn't been heard, it's because of technical approvals, particularly Sydney Water, from what I understand. And another round of consultation will not solve that. What it will do is push the project further out. And when we talk about delay, we need to be honest about what that means. So the project has been in train since 2019. That's an entire cohort of children who've already gone through schools without these safety improvements. My kids were 6 and 8 when we started. They're now 12 and 14 in secondary school. Are they going to have children of their own before it's fixed? On the way over here, someone texted me and told me that actually the cycleway there was noted as a priority in 2008, 18 years ago. If we delay again, it's another cohort, another generation. Now, this intersection sits near 2 schools. There have been near misses, unsafe turning movements that have already had to be removed. And in the meantime, families have had to rely on interim safety measures just to get by. And as a parent, that's not acceptable. We shouldn't be telling again, wait again, we need to ask the question again. We already know the answer. The lights are fully funded, the design is ready, and the community has been heard. So the role of council is not to revisit that decision, but to deliver it. By delaying this project further with unnecessary consultation, it's our children, our teenagers, our community that continue to be put at grave risk every single day, because every delay has a real impact each day. So 7 years is enough. It's been funded, it's been consulted, and as parents, we're waited. And I'd like to support us to building the lights and not further delay on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Hay.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Sharkey. I'm just trying to work out your understanding of the motion. Now, if you go through the background, I've estimated about a 10-year gap between now and when the lights will be built. See, this was identified correctly, as you mentioned, in 2008, and in 2015 it was identified as priority 4. It's been 12 years now, and we haven't even finished priority number 1 on that map. So when I said that I think it could be about 10 years between now and getting that built, I've got a question. Did you understand?
Look, I'll hear the point of order.
Does the councillor have a question, or is he making a rhetorical debating point?
This is the public forum, and councillors have the ability to ask questions.
Yes.
So I would strongly encourage Councillor Hay to ask your question.
Okay. In reading this, did you understand that I'm trying to get this to happen in 2027 rather than having to wait an additional 10 years?
I think that the lights need to be built now. They're funded. It's part of a safety measure, and any further delay risks. Transport for New South Wales has 100% funded this, am I correct, for the lights?
Yes, this will be eligible for 100%.
Okay, so why additional consultation on the lights that are important for the school? If you want to delay the cycleway, but I don't understand why you're going to continue to delay the lights for re-consultation on something that is already a safety issue.
I don't want to delay the lights.
Well, actually, in your motion, you said that you wanted further public consultation on the lights.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions? There being no further questions, thank you very much. The last speaker who we have for this evening is Auntie Barb Sims in relation to the urgent business that was circulated earlier. Auntie Barb. Thank you.
In relation to Saturday,
Yes, Auntie Barb.
well, I find Saturday's event, it was really uncalled for. We were looking at and taking part in Anzac Day, a solemn day, a day for everyone to remember, to reflect, and to be a part of it, wholeheartedly a part of it, as all Australians. As a First Nations woman, I was absolutely appalled what I heard. And I myself, I was down at Yarra Bay Sailing Club. I was elected as board of director. I'm the only Aboriginal woman in this entire history to be on the board. I did a welcome, and it was overwhelmingly supported, and people come up to me and said how wonderful it was. You've got to be inclusive as well. I was inclusive. And by doing so, then you hear of other things later on and thought, it's not Australia. It's not who we are as a people. So I'm disheartened, I'm shocked, and I'm appalled to call ourselves Australian people. And when people migrate to this great country, you come into a country, a land of freedom, open diversity. And our people gained citizenship back in 1967. First peoples, oldest cultural people in the world, oldest living and existing culture in the world. We're a part of everything, part of the landscape, part of the fabric. And it disheartened me to see all this, so I'm saddened. So I think it needs more in-depth views into it. People need to talk about it more and to be a part of it, be a part of discussion and find out what really happened, why did it happen? And it's sad, so many things are happening in our communities right around, in Australia, so to speak, but in this community where we live, it shouldn't happen. No. So I'm saddened by it. I'm absolutely, it's flabbergasting to think who can do such a thing and say such a thing. So it's open for discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Auntie Barb. Thank you. Councillor D'Souza, do you have a question?
Thank you, Auntie Barbara. Yes, you're right. On our journey of reconciliation, this was unnecessary and unacceptable. Now, there are people that talk about freedom of speech. Using that term, freedom of speech, do you think...
Point of order, is there a question? Mr.
Yes,
Mayor?
Sorry, thank you. There's been a point of order from Councillor Rosenfeld.
I know how it works. The question, Auntie Barbara, was...
Point of order, you've got a rule on the point of order, please, Mayor.
Thank you. This is the public forum. Do you ask a question, Councillor? Please ask a question.
We talked about freedom of expression. Do you think it was an abuse of the freedom of speech that people talk about, or do you think it's something we should just say, oh, well, they're allowed to say it? Did you have a view on that? That was my question.
Why whitewash it and put it under the carpet? It needs to be exposed. It needs to be called out.
Are there any further questions? There being no further questions, I now close the public forum on the 28th of April. Thank you. I now reopen the ordinary council meeting on the 28th of April at 7:22 p.m. Thank you. We have already commenced this evening with the welcome and the prayer. I have read the chairperson's announcement. Am I correct in saying that the audio-visual team require a second to change over their slides? Very good. Thank you very much. Can I please have a call for apologies and granting of leaves of absence? We have a full house in attendance today. There are also no requests to join via audio-visual link. Councillors, are there any further declarations of interest? I'll just have a procedural motion to repeat the declarations of interest from the public forum. All those in favour, all those against. Are there any further declarations? Okay, there being no further declarations. Thank you. Can I please have somebody confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting on the 24th of March 2026? Move Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Gordon. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Can I please have somebody move the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting on the 14th of April? Moved Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded by Councillor Asghari. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to mayoral minutes. MM10/26, sponsorship of the Randwick TAFE Screen and Media Student Film Screening. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read and commend it to the council. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I declare that carried. Thank you. Sorry, I'll now put it. All those in favour, all those against, I declare that carried. Thank you. Although it was more efficient. Thank you. Councillor Luxford was... All right. We now move on to MM11/26, financial assistance and donations for the months of March, April 2026. I take the mayoral minute as read. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to MM12/26, memorial for the Bondi terror attack victim Dan El-Kayam. Councillors, I commend this mayoral minute. It has come directly as a result and acknowledges the tragic loss of Dan El-Kayam in the Bondi terror attack on the 14th of December, and on behalf of council express our deep condolences to his wife, Ms. Crystal Triono, his family, friends and all those affected. This mayoral minute has come as a direct request for council to recognise and consult with Ms. Triono to identify a suitable location for a fitting form of memorial, in particular consideration to be given for a plaque or commemorative bench in the Maroubra Beach area. I commend the mayoral minute. Are there any speakers? Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yes, fully support this motion. It's tragic what happened, tragic loss of life. Sounded like a great person, as well as the tragic loss of life for the other 14 persons. And I really would like to think that these people and their families would certainly be really disheartened that, especially Dan himself, that his memorial is going to happen in Randwick LGA, in the same LGA as a pro-Palestinian flotilla is planned next weekend. I really think the families will be shocked or are shocked about it, and certainly it's something that will not sit well with them. I do have an amendment that I sent through to David Kelly, if he could put in. So I'm keeping A, B, and C, but on D, if David, if you can add that, I sent it on an email not too long ago. So apologies of the timing. That I'd also acknowledge the tragic loss of the 4 other victims from our LGA, being Alex Kleitman, Matilda, Peter Marzo, and Tanya Triatek, by including them in the same memorial at Maruba Beach. So that'll be D, added on to the existing wording of A, B, and C.
Councillor Rosenfeld, noting that I haven't been provided this amendment with any notice and that this request has come directly from the family, could I suggest a compromise wording which is subject to the agreement of the family of Mr. Alkia? And the reasoning...
And all the others too.
Yes, and the reason why I say this is I'm more than happy to consider something such as this. However, as the request has come specifically from his family as it relates to a memorial for him, my concern relates to the bundling all in as one. It may be more appropriate where these are, as individuals, recognised individually through suitable memorials as opposed to memorial. Do you follow?
Yeah, well, I agree. After consultation with all 4 of them, to be in this
After consultation, then fine. I'm happy to accept.
Yep. No, that's fine.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Veach.
Thank you very much. I'm just speaking to the amendment, which I understand is being incorporated. I'm very happy to support the Merrill Minute, and also any motion to also have memorials for the other victims. But certainly, I'm just wondering if it would be better as a separate motion at the next meeting, and so there would be more opportunity. Like, those families may wish to come to council to speak to something like that. I have heard through the community that the community in La Perouse would very much like a memorial potentially. I don't want to speak on anyone's behalf, but I have heard word, and we were thinking of putting a motion at the next council meeting regarding, but only following consultation for Matilda in La Perouse. And so I fully respect and support Councillor Rosenfeld's intentions, but I just wonder if it could perhaps be reworded or moved as a separate motion, because I think those families may really like to be consulted prior and come and have an opportunity to come to council potentially.
Councillor Veach, just in relation to this, just as the mover of the Merrill Minute and in relation to this, look, I'm comfortable to incorporate this particular language, and the reason why is because I have confidence that council staff will be able to manage this process in a very tasteful, tactful way. If there is in fact a desire to address council in any way, shape or form, I'm sure that we can, in an appropriate manner, recognise that or facilitate that in consultation. And so I look at this as a vehicle in order for us to accurately reflect any and all wishes of any of those of the individuals who are impacted as they come and do arise. You may.
Would it be possible just to have a very slight change of the wording to include in the same or individual memorials?
I actually think that was reflected in the same memorial or individual memorials. Yeah, I think that actually reflects the intent anyway of what you were moving, in the same or individual memorials, Councillor Rosenfeld. Yep, thank you. Yep, could you make that change, Mr. Kelly? Thank you. Yep, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor, I fully agree with what Councillor Veach just talked about. This was an individual, had his own identity, and I believe he should be honoured in such a way with the bench or a memorial. Matilda, or Little B as we called her, she should be honoured in La Perouse, as you did, Mr. Mayor, when you had that or sponsored that lovely function at the school. Each of these people lost their lives. Each of them had an identity. Each of them had a family. And I believe if we're going to do it, let's build memorials or honour these people where they lived with seats like you put forward. So dumping them all into one basket, to me, is wrong. We need to keep their identity separate, and we need to honour them separately. That's all I'll say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to MM 13/26, successful bid for the Algua Conference 2028. Councillors, I would just like to commend this mayoral minute, but more importantly, the huge amount of work which has gone on from council staff as well as councillors in advocating for the successful securing of the Algua Conference for 2028. That is quite a significant and momentous achievement by Randwick Council, and I really would like to give my very strong commendation to all of the women who were involved in this quite spectacular bid, and it was quite a success for Randwick, and I'm confident that Randwick, by its delegation, including all of the staff, will be exceptionally well represented, and I commend the mayoral minute, and I thank all those for their participation in this achievement. Are there any speakers? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to congratulate our Algua committee on the success of this bid. I know a lot of work and thought went into this bid, and the final bid video was outstanding. I really look forward to Randwick hosting this event. But I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Hamilton, who several years ago had the foresight to put the notice of motion to Council to make the bid, or the bid rights to host the Australian Local Government Women's Association Conference. So not only has Council benefited from her focus and initiative, but Councillor Hamilton has also been recognised by her peers, being elected as the City Vice President for the next 2 years. This is a significant achievement, reflecting her commitment to supporting women in local government and demonstrating leadership in this area. So I'd like to congratulate Councillor Hamilton on both her determination to see this through and on her well-deserved election as City Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I commend the mayoral minute. Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to MM 14/26, recognition of Local Government Excellence Awards finalists in a range of categories. Councillors, it is my excellent honour to be able to report that Randwick Council has been nominated in several categories. I believe it is largest slate of nominations to date as part of the New South Wales Local Government Excellence Awards, ranging across a whole host of categories, as well as recognising staff excellence. On behalf of Council, I'd just like to offer our congratulations on being nominated, and I hope that we do well in taking out several of the top awards. But I commend all those who have been involved in these very respective different projects. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hamilton.
Hamilton, we're going.
Sorry, my apologies. Councillor Lutsford.
You're so civil. You can tell, can't you? Mr. Mayor, I too would like to congratulate the staff on these on becoming finalists across many categories, but obviously the one that hits me the most is for culture vibes, which is something that I pursued relentlessly and got my I told you so moment to the point where we are now finalists for an award for that very for our wonderful festival. So I commend the staff for this, and I believe down the track we may be finalists in some more local government awards coming up. So congratulations to all, a wonderful job, and bigger and better culture vibes this year.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Councillor Luxford. Well done, and yes, I do recognise the "told you so" moment. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to urgent business. Councillors, is there any urgent business? Councillor Rosenfeld. You need to turn your microphone.
I sent it through to David Kelly. If you can put it up on the screen, please, David, on an email. Again, I sent it recently, but was still working on it, so apologies for the timing. Okay, so I'll read it out to the council. That the motion is to condemn the Gadigal de Gaza or Gami flotilla event, and the motion reads that Council A notes that a publicly advertised free community event is scheduled to take place at Coogee Beach on Sunday, 3rd of May 2026, which is expected to attract a significant number of attendees. B notes that under council policies and guidelines, approval is required for organised events on council-managed land, including beaches and open spaces, particularly where attendance exceeds 70 people and where activities may impact public amenities, safety, or the environment. C notes that no formal approval, booking, or appropriate insurance bond has been granted for this event. D recognises that council invests substantial ratepayer funds into maintaining the cleanliness, environmental condition, and amenity of Coogee Beach, and that any activity involving this place of foreign objects or material into the marine environment presents a risk of pollution, litter, and environmental harm. E notes that council is currently undertaking public consultation on its draft social cohesion and multicultural plan, which seeks to promote community harmony, inclusion, and respect, and that council has a responsibility to ensure public spaces are used in a manner that supports these objectives and does not risk alienating, excluding, or causing distress to members of the community. F affirms that all community events in Randwick should be conducted in accordance with council's approval processes, environmental protections, and community harmony principles, so that no group should be permitted to bypass these requirements. G requests that the General Manager urgently investigate this matter and take all reasonable steps available to council to prevent any unauthorised use of Coogee Beach that may result in environmental harm or community concern. H requests that the Mayor write to the New South Wales Premier, New South Wales Minister for Police, New South Wales Attorney General to seek their assistance to ensure that any applicable laws and regulations are enforced in relation to this event. And lastly, I request that New South Wales Police be notified of the lack of council approval and ask to assist where appropriate, ensuring compliance with relevant legislation and maintaining public order and safety. So I believe this matter is urgent, as the event is scheduled to occur within days, and council was only made aware of it after the deadline for notice of motion had passed last week. Immediate action is required to address potential environmental impacts, ensure compliance with council event approval requirements, and uphold community confidence during the current consultation on social cohesion.
Thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Rosenfeld, could you please outline why it is you consider this matter urgent?
Yeah, I've just mentioned that, and I'm happy to repeat it. The matter is urgent as the event is scheduled to occur within days, and council was only made aware of it after the deadline for notices of motion had passed. Which is last week, immediate action is required to address potential environmental impacts, ensure compliance with council's event approval requirements, and uphold community confidence during the current consultation on social cohesion.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, thank you. I'll hear your point of order.
Could I request advice on whether this is a lawful motion?
Thank you. Mr General Manager?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I certainly need to consider that.
Yep.
Based on, there's a couple of things there that, in particular, where it talks about G, we're asking the council to actually make a decision for an application that's come in. So that may be unlawful to do something like that if there's nothing in front of us, but I need to consider that.
Okay.
I also ask a question through Mr Mayor to the relevant officer whether the actions contained within this motion would already be delegated to council staff according to what is in the compliance and enforcement policy and in the community safety action plan.
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That may be the case, but again, I need to think about that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Hamilton.
I just would like to follow up on the General Manager's response in relating to G. My question is, isn't that already the General Manager and the staff's responsibility to prevent unauthorised use of Coogee Beach? So that could cause harm to the environment or create community concern.
Thank you. Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As I said, I need time to consider that. But it's not unauthorised. You haven't applied for an application. I don't know what they're actually asking to do in that. And if the council was to take a position that we were to deny someone's legal rights to something, such as put an application in by a council resolution, that may be subject to challenge. So that's what I need to consider.
Thank you. Councillor Magna.
Mr Mayor, I'd propose a procedural motion in light of the response that the General Manager has provided that this matter be deferred until such time as we're able to get further and better particulars in relation to the answer to Councillor Gordon's question.
Thank you. And just for clarity, that is a later hour in the meeting?
A later hour in this meeting.
Okay, thank you. It being a procedural motion, it needs to be dealt with immediately. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No. Declare that carried. Thank you. Is there any further urgent business? It's been carried. No, I don't really have an issue with them calling a division on that. Is there a seconder to the request for a division? Yep, so seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour of the procedural motion to defer consideration to a later hour in the meeting, all those in favour say aye. Thank you. We have Councillors Willington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, Said, D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against. We have Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin and Burst. I declare the procedural motion carried. Thank you. Is there any further urgent business? Councillor Willington.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to bring an urgent motion to the meeting. I have circulated this, but clearly, as it is urgent, it isn't on the business papers, and so I will read the motion for the benefit of anybody listening remotely. This is an urgent motion in relation to disrespectful behaviour at Anzac Dawn services on the 25th of April 2026. And it reads, that council, A, condemns the booing targeting First Nations elders that took place at several Anzac Day Dawn services around Australia and at Martin Place, Sydney on Saturday the 25th of April 2026. B, considers the booing and or interruption of a First Nations elder performing Welcome to Country or Acknowledgement of Country to be racist and unacceptable. C, reaffirms that Welcome to Country and or Acknowledgement of Country are integral to Anzac Day Dawn services and other commemorations. D, remembers with respect and gratitude that Indigenous servicemen and women served in World War I, World War II, subsequent conflicts, peacekeeping missions, and serve in Australia's armed forces to this day. And E, extends heartfelt thanks to Auntie Lola Ryan for her warm welcome to country at this year's Coogee Anzac Day dawn service, and to all First Nations people who performed Welcome to Country, Acknowledgement of Country, and participated in other marches or services across Randwick. I'd like to especially thank Auntie Barb for attending this evening and for her thoughtful address in favour of this motion. I felt sad and deeply concerned when I viewed the videos from Sydney, Melbourne and Perth of the disrupted dawn services on Anzac Day. The sound of booing while Aboriginal elders gave their welcome to country should have no place anywhere at any time, but here it was loud and ugly during the quiet of the dawn service. Racist booing, deplorable and outrageous. Fortunately, I have not heard of any disruption of Anzac Day commemorations in Randwick. Randwick City Council is committed to national reconciliation and building meaningful relationships with the local Aboriginal community, ensuring the process is based on respect and trust. As an Australian citizen and a Randwick City Councillor, I will call out racism wherever and whenever I find it. I have confidence that we are all committed to building respect, trust and reconciliation, and I urge you to vote in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to second the remarks made by Councillor Willington, and also thank Arnie Barbara for coming today, delivering a welcome to country and speaking on this really disgraceful behaviour that people around the country saw on what should have been a solemn and respectful mourning for our veterans. I think it's really important that we recognise the importance that welcome to country does play in meeting procedure, and also recognising that we are all, of course, meeting on Aboriginal land, and that's, I think, we should be united as a council in opposing the disrespectful and racist behaviour we witnessed on Saturday morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I also condemn the actions. As a veteran, very proudly, many of my family members have served. I met my husband in the Navy, and it is a day that I really look forward to, my family look forward to, my children. And what we're seeing more and more is younger children, third, fourth generation family members attend, which is just fantastic. So I do condemn any kind of booing. I think it's really uncalled for, very unnecessary. I also thank Arnie Barb. I also recall the Mayor's comments at the dawn service at Coogee, talking about we are the lucky country, how we are very lucky that we have freedom of speech, how very lucky we are that we can debate and use our rights of freedom to speech. And I think that people take that and sometimes they abuse that freedom of speech, and I think that this is an example of that. And I think that on Anzac Day, we're not celebrating freedom of speech, we're not celebrating our ability to boo somebody or the fact that we are free to do that kind of thing. We're celebrating and recognising the wonderful, committed members of our community that have put their hand up. This is a voluntary thing these days. You know, we don't have to actually enter the Defence Forces. We are very, very lucky that people do it. So that's why I will repeat that I do condemn the booing, because I would not like for any person attending a solemn event such as this to have it marred in any way by anyone suggesting that it's anything other than an event to celebrate, commemorate and recognise those who served.
Thank you. Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor, what occurred at those two events was disrespectful, disgraceful and un-Australian. Now, being the welfare officer at Metroville, I often say the ode, and we say, look, I won't repeat it, we've heard it so many times, but basically we say, they shall not grow old as we that are here grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, we shall remember them, lest we forget. Now, we must remember that there was a regiment of Torres Strait Islander soldiers that volunteered to go to battle for a country which didn't even give them constitutional recognition. We're talking about people who volunteered to save democracy, Mr. Mayor. Now, part two of that story is when all the Australians got off, or the fair-skinned people got off at Circular Quay, our boys had to get off at Newcastle. They got half the wage. And Auntie Barbara, please correct me if I'm wrong, and I thank you for being here. They got half the wage of their colleagues. They were treated poorly, but we carry no grudges. We were there, we did our job. Uncle Vic Simon, who's a personal friend, went to Vietnam, etc. And Uncle Ray, who I know too, he was a soldier, his father was a soldier. But it was disgusting, disrespectful. And believe me, Mr. Mayor, we can do better as a community. So I hope this act never, ever occurs again. Now, just as an extension, I talked about freedom of expression. This is from the Attorney General's Department. Freedom of speech and expression is not acceptable when it directly harms others, jeopardizes safety, or violates legal restrictions such as inciting violence, promoting illegal acts, hate speech, defamation, or infringing on national security. It is generally considered a qualified right that can be limited to protect reputation, public order, and health. So when we talk about freedom of expression, yes, it's a right, but it comes with a caveat. It comes with limitations, and we should respect that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. It's just come to my attention as a matter of procedure that I have actually done this in the wrong order. However, just in actually listening to the conversations, what I'll propose to the meeting is that we will continue with the substantive debate. I will then call for a motion to consider the business as urgent, and then we will continue on with the debate. Does that work? All right, thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I now put the question that the motion be considered as urgent. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you.
I'd like to second the motion.
Okay.
No.
No, look, he is correct. He is, yeah. So there was a motion to move that it be considered as urgent. Now, Councillor Willington, do you wish to move the motion? Thank you. Councillor Willington.
Yes, thank you. I move this motion and encourage all councillors to vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hayes, the
right?
seconder. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Thank you. Just Mr. Kelly, just for the benefit of the record, the seconder of the motion, so not that it be considered as urgent, but the actual motion as moved, is Willington Hay. Thank you. All right. We now move to items on the business paper, which to be challenged. Councillors, as I'm looking down, please call out the items which you are seeking to challenge, commencing with Director of City Planning reports, CP 9/26, variations to development standards under clause 4.6, 1st of March to the 31st of March 2026. Okay, unchallenged. Okay, CP 10/26, public notification of the VPA. I believe that does need to be challenged. Yep, challenged by Councillor Gordon. Thank you. All right, Director of City Service. Yep, thank you. Director of City Services report CS 16/26 has been challenged by Councillor Martin. Okay. CS 17/26, response to notice of motion from NM 12/25, Heffron Centre restricted parking. Unchallenged. Thank you. CS 18/26, response to Council Resolution NM 51/25, challenged by Councillor Wilson. CS 19/26, Plan of Management for Community and Land, challenged by Councillor Magna. Thank you. CC 6/26, Proposed Public Art Guidelines, challenged by Councillor Magna. CC 7/26, Disability Inclusion Action Plan, challenged by Councillor Luxford. Okay, CO 13/26, Draft Operational Plan and Budget, challenged by Councillor Magna. Thank you. CO 14/26, Monthly Investment Report, March 2026. Unchallenged. CO 15/26, Monthly Financial Report 2026. Can I please have somebody move the unchallenged items? Thank you. Moved Councillor Burst, seconded by Councillor Asghari. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We move to the first item, for which there is a challenge, public notification of the voluntary planning agreement, 16 to 18 Rainbow Street, Kingsford, challenged by Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gordon, could you please outline what it is your challenge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I intend to move this as per the business paper.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wilson. All those in favour? Sorry, it being a planning matter, a record of voting is required. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Hamilton, Willington, Magna, Veach. Miss Councillor, hey, what are you doing?
Councillor.
Yep, Councillor. Okay. Councillor Gordon, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin, Councillor Asghari, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza. All those against? We have Councillor Luxford.
I'll be for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, just Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, can I vote for? There was no public community against
Okay, as the chair, Councillor Hay clearly indicated that he was for, and I slipped up. Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, just quickly, you didn't read out your own name in the division, just for the benefit of the public.
Okay, I supported the motion. Thank you. I'll cop it from the rest of them. Thank you. I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CS 16/26, Draft Submission Transport for New South Wales Micro Mobility Sharing Scheme Regulatory Reform, challenged by Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
As per the business paper.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I support this submission. It is a strong report and that clearly outlines the gaps in the state's proposed framework, particularly around the enforcement, parking and fleet management. While we're still waiting on the state government to finalise these regulations, I think this submission ensures Randwick is ready and pushing for the tools that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We go to CS 18/26, response to Council Resolution NM 51/25, investigation of off-leash dog areas at Latham Park and Golden Park South. Could you move to Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Asghari? Councillor Wilson.
I'd like to move this as per the business paper, and I'd just like to thank the council officers who created the report of the investigation of the off-leash dog areas and commend them for their tremendous work. And I think this park will, obviously it's going to need further investigation and further work, but I think that it will address off-leash dog park drought in that particular area, and I look forward to the work that council is going to continue doing.
Thank you, Councillor Asghari.
I reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, I do support the motion, although I'm a little bit disappointed that Golden Park has been withdrawn, but I will support it regardless, because the reason why I asked to put Golden Park on the initial motion, which was from Councillor Martin, is that we received correspondence from community people in the community that we're actually right on the border, on the Central Ward side of the border, but this is right on the border, that the park that we had, the dog leash park that we, off-leash park that we had come in and introduced in South Coogee was not in a favourable area for them due to some antisocial behaviour, so Golden Park was more favourable. But I will accept that I read the report, why it's unsuitable, because I do think at least the positive here is that in the other points of the motion that we are getting Latham Park as an extra off-leash park, and as a dog owner, it's really important to exercise your dog and have as many areas of LGA that have these parks. So at least we're getting something, Latham Park, and commend the officers, like Councillor Martin said, on their work on that. And so definitely happy with that part of the resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Thank you, and yes, I'm also very happy to support this as per the business papers, and I think the staff have really made the right call here. Golden Park is a park used by many of the children at the South Coogee Public School and the Early Learning Centre there, and the USH. And anyone who's familiar with the area will be well aware that that park is really highly used by children using the playground and the park for sport in an informal way before and after school. It is a completely inappropriate area to put an off-leash dog park. I don't know why it was suggested, and I thank the staff for making the right call here.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Wilson, do you wish to close the debate? Okay, we'll now put the question. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to CS 19/26, Plan of Management for Community Land, Council-owned spaces, challenged by Councillor Magna. Councillor Magna.
I'd like to move as per the recommendation in the business paper.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wellington. Yep, thank you. Are there any further speakers? It appears that there is intended to be a further speaker. Councillor Wellington. Can I maybe just ask for as there is an amendment, can I just get a nominal seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Yep, okay. Now propose your amendment. Councillor Wellington.
It's very small, and Mr. Kelly has it on page 53 in relation to play equipment, 8.6, simply to add the word review and after review and increase. It's very small.
Thank you. Councillor Magna, do you accept that proposed amendment?
Yes, that is acceptable.
Okay, no worries. Councillor Hamilton, just for collegiality, Councillor Wellington waived hers. Could we return Councillor Wellington as the seconder? Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to the CC 6/26 Proposed Public Art Guidelines, challenged by Councillor Magna. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Veach. Councillor Magna.
Very pleased to be able to help move this to public consultation. Public art is one of the key ways that a city and a community tells a story, and this set of public art guidelines does those things very well, calling out in particular the First Nation voice, opening pathways for community-led art. It will bring rigour to how council commissions and manages art and cares for art across its life cycles. Firstly, the First Nation voice. Randwick sits on Aboriginal land, so it's appropriate that First Nation consultation is part of every project. The Public Art Advisory Panel now includes a First Nation seat, and so cultural authority is built in and it's not an add-on. Secondly, it opens up pathways for community-led artwork from residents who want to be able to commission their own work with confidence, and there's a number of members of the community that have already done so to great delight to neighbours and passers-by, and this now provides a clearer framework and pathway to enable them to do that. drawing on some of the lessons from the Inner West Perfect Match and adapting them here in Randwick. And it brings greater rigour because the 2010 public art strategy was frankly no longer fit for purpose. Public art has evolved, the different typologies have diversified. We've got guidelines now around procurement policy, the asset disposal policy, the development control plans, and of course we're getting developer contributions as well that are contributing towards art in our public domain. So very pleased that we're shepherding this work through to final public consultation and delighted that the community will now have a chance to have an input into its final adoption.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. I'm really happy to second this motion. I think the staff involved in all the arts and cultural team have been doing such a wonderful job. We've seen arts and culture just coming through in leaps and bounds in Randwick with the help of the sort of strong foundation and direction coming through council and with the support and imagination and expertise of the arts and culture staff. It's very exciting, and even just with something basic like the hoardings, with all of the development going around Randwick, even just having those hoardings enhanced with some kind of art will make such a big difference, particularly in West Ward along Anzac Parade, where it's just a bit of a line of building sites at the moment. But to see permanent and temporary public art as well, we've seen this coming through in different iterations through the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee. So everyone on that committee, I'm sure, including our chair, Councillor Wilson. The other committee members will be very pleased to see this come to council, and we've been very happy to see the updates and have that input over the last couple of years. So I commend the report.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put the question. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to CC7/26, Disability Inclusion Action Plan, moved by Councillor Luxford, seconded by Councillor Asghari.
I'd like to move this as per the recommendation on the business paper.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford, do you wish to speak to it?
Yep. So I commend the staff for this report. A lot of work has gone into it, and it's been quite thorough. So I commend the report to the councillors and hope you'll support it.
Thank you. Councillor Asghari is the second.
I think we had amendments and sent to Mr. David Kelly earlier.
Oh, you can't as a second.
So yeah, I think.
So Councillor Asghari, propose your amendments. I'll then ask the mover of the motion whether or not she accepts them. If she accepts them, you can continue.
My amendment was that ensure information is accessible and easy to understand for people with disability and culturally and linguistically diverse communities, including the use of plain English, high-quality translated materials in key community languages, and accessible formats such as audio, visual, and easy-read content. And ensure translations are accurate, culturally appropriate, and delivered in a timely way during emergencies or service changes.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford, as the mover, do you accept those proposed changes?
I accept.
Thank you. Councillor Asghari, is there anything further you would like to say as the seconder?
I'd like to add that, just give an example that, for example, in Little Bay Beach, which is a very dangerous beach, there has been accident because of the wrong or inaccurate sign, and I noticed that there was a sign that the translation was not appropriate, and it was in Arabic translation, but it was mainly gibberish. So 3 years ago, through previous Councillor Michael Olive, we corrected the sign, but lately I noticed that there is another sign which is on the other end of the beach near the rocks, which is, the translation is not appropriate.
Thank you. Are there any Councillor? Sorry, I had Councillor Veach, and then I'll go to Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I've also got some amendments, and I've also got the text for Councillor Asghari's amendments as well. My additional amendments are as additional dot points to the recommendations. Oh, these glasses, I can't read either way. So clear and accessible information, yes, we'll need a hand with that at times. So the extra dot points to the recommendation were to continue to increase the annual community development budget in the period 2026 to 2030. F, continue to increase the employment of staff with a disability. G, receive a standalone report to Council on all actions in the DAP on an annual basis. And then the amendments which Councillor Asghari moved, the wording is below, and that was added they were as extra dot points under the focus area for. It's got all the details there as to where they would go. And I hope the mover and seconder will accept the amendments.
Thank you. Do you accept the amendments?
I accept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor D'Souza, and then I'll go to Councillor Sett.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, let's make injustice, inequity and disability visible tonight. Disability affects 20% of our community, Australian population. That's 1 in 5 people have a disability. We must now recognise that disability is not created as the result of various medical improvements, but is in fact created by society's collective failure to adopt to and embrace and celebrate the varying levels of ability which we all have. Some of the disability barriers for disabled people include lack of access into buildings and transport, low expectations of us, the struggle for disabled people to just survive in society. Many people with disability have realised that they need to be their own advocates. Equality was not part of the equation when we addressed disability in the past. This, my friends, must change. This Disability Inclusion Action Plan does just that. Friends, tonight, let the shameful walls of exclusion come tumbling down with our decision to support this Disability Inclusion Action Plan. It is so important that people with disability have the same opportunities and accessibility in Randwick City as anyone else in our country. Opportunities and accessibility for disabled and elderly people are very limited in Randwick City. Friends, we know discrimination and lack of accessibility when we see it, and we need to be fighting it together. So what can we do? Disability, my friends, is a family we can join any time in our lives. Councillors and friends in this chamber, I would like to ask you, how many people have had a broken bone? Now think how hard and inconvenient it was to do things. But you recovered. Many of the people with disability will never recover. And it is left to people like you and me to make their lives better. This report creates more opportunities for people with disability and helps build a more inclusive community. Let us then, friends, celebrate their difference and not the fact that they are different. Together, friends, we can make a difference. Together, we can speak up for justice. Together, we can change the world. People need stability and support while they build their lives in the community. This Disability Inclusion Action Plan does just that. It is a start to improving the quality of life for many elderly and people with disability, and therefore it has my full support. My friends, let me conclude by saying these people are different, but not less. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question to the relevant officer. I've asked on multiple occasions, I may have missed it, and I apologise if it's actually in the action plan, but have we included accessible toilets, public toilets, on our website so that people can look them up and find out, disability people can find them where they are?
Thank you. Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, a current action item that the engineering staff are currently working on is the audit, the accessibility audit for all our amenities, and a big part of that is identification of, or gap analysis of where things aren't identified on our website and by way of wayfinding.
Thank you. Councillor Burst.
My question's through the relevant officer. On page 62, the table financial years and proposed 25, 26, 26, 27 increased amount, $626,000. What outcomes do we expect to achieve with that $626,000, and will that include additional staff? Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The majority of the increase to the budget proposed is for community safety and the outcomes of a number of plans and strategies that Council has recently endorsed.
Will there be any additional staff under that increased budget?
Apologies. No, that's not included at this point in time.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Luxford, do you wish to close the debate? Okay, we'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CO 13/26, the draft 2026-2027 operational plan and budget, challenged by Councillor Magna.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I am moving as per the business paper.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Gordon. Thank you. Are there any... Councillor Magna, do you wish to speak to it? Thank you, Councillor Gordon. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Veach.
First of all, I would like to commend the council officers for your very, very hard work in putting this massive document together and for diligently responding to all of the many questions coming through from the councillors. So thank you very much, Mr. Wong, and to everyone else who's had input into this. It looks like a very exciting agenda for the coming 12 months for council, as I do have a few amendments which I have sent through to Mr. Kelly.
Could you please outline your amendments?
Yes, and so one of them is just to, sorry, I don't have the fees and charges document in front of me, but there's a couple of, Councillor Hayes helpfully passing this to me. And I do thank Ms. Anderson for responding to some questions regarding this afternoon. It's on page 12 and 13 of the, 10 and 11 of the fees and charges attachment. You'll note that through the rest of this document you can see the change in fees from the current financial year 25-26 to the upcoming financial year 26-27 with the percentage increase. But because in this section relating to the different venues, the council halls and community centres, they have now been grouped into 3 different classifications, A, B and C. And so it's a slight, I understand again from what Ms Anderson told me over the phone, that this is a slightly different format from compared to last year. And so they have not, in this draft, put the previous amount, so we can't see if these fees are higher or lower or the same as last year. So this amendment is to just include that information, and I understand that council staff, if the amendment is carried, will be able to incorporate that. My second amendment is something that we've had the last couple of years, which is to continue the trial to waive fees for the use of community centres, halls and library meeting rooms for eligible non-commercial local community groups to a maximum overall amount of $25,000. $25,000. The reason for this amendment is that if you go through these fees and charges, you can actually see that the cost is actually, in some cases, more than twice the amount to hire, the hourly rate to hire out some of our halls and community centres, and it is in some cases almost double the amount of the hourly rate to hire out our A-grade sports fields, which, even though are outdoors, still require a huge amount of maintenance and ongoing work to keep them up to that very, very high standard demanded by some of our elite sporting teams. And as a matter of equity, you know, it really shouldn't cost more to hire out a local community centre than it does to hire out one of these very, very high level and well manicured ovals. And so on that basis, I think that our community members who are looking to hire out the halls should have equitable access and be able to apply on an ongoing basis for fee reductions. And then I do also note that the council resolution to lower the fees at Des Renford Leisure Centre for people on concession holders has largely been incorporated. However, those fee reductions haven't been extended to the family entry or the learn to swim classes, and as such would like to get a report on introducing that in the next financial year. Thank you. I hope the mover and seconder will
Thank you.
incorporate.
Councillor Magna is the mover of the motion. Do you accept those proposed amendments?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I do.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the draft operational plan and budget? Councillor Hay.
I'd like to move an amendment. I sent it to Mr Kelly. Just quickly, in the draft fees and charges, but I might as well bring this up. I did notice a typo on page 21 in Cure has the letter E in it. Anyway, something to note for later. The one item that does strike me as a little troubling is that we are looking at spending $200,000 on Randwick Stables. It's not the $200,000. It's that bothers me the most. It's the I did hear an estimate of $10 million that we would be spending on that. I'd like to get a little bit more information as to whether or not that's good value for money. And basically, if we can have a little bit of information before the next council meeting as to so what's the total cost estimate of all works? How much more would it cost if we were to also get a commercial kitchen on site? What are the likelihood of getting a grant to cover that cost? Cost estimate of a similar facility in a knockdown rebuild, assuming heritage isn't a factor. And is there a plausible way forward to not build the building in its entirety? Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Before I go to the mover of the original motion, could I just through to the general managers, just have a question as to the effect of this amendment. So I have two questions. The first of it is my understanding, and I just would like for clarification to the meeting, that there is nothing contained within that particular amendment that actually consequentially amends anything within the budget, but rather that it is a rider which would seek to call for an additional report on something contained within it. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. My next question for you, Mr. General Manager, is do you believe that you can operationally meet the timeline outlined in that particular amendment?
We can meet the June timeline.
Okay, thank you. In light of that, Mr. Magna, Councillor Magna, do you accept the proposed amendment?
On the basis of the responses to your questions from the General Manager, I do.
Great, thank you. Are there any further speakers on the budget? Councillor Hamilton.
Mine's just a question. Where's it? Oh, I think it's point E, just above on the screen. What are the dates for the 12-month trial? When did it start and when is it due to finish? I'm just curious because I don't know.
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand that the trial that Councillor Beach is referring to was in 23, 24, 24, 25, and that funding has since been incorporated via fee support in the Community Investment Program.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the budget? If not, I'll ask Councillor Magna to close the debate. Councillor Magna.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and it was remiss of me not to acknowledge and thank the hard work of the staff producing a budget of this scale for an organisation of this size in an economic climate with this degree of uncertainty is a significant task, and they've planned it, they've budgeted it, and it's now time for the community to have its say, but it's important that we do so with the knowledge that the diligence and attention to detail that the council officers have put into this is what earns us all respect of the community when we do put these things out for public consultation, and I thank them for that.
Thank you. I'll now put the budget. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. There being no further director or staff reports, I propose that we have a 15-minute adjournment.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask when the urgent business...
I was just about to get to that, Councillor Rosenfeld. So what I do is propose a 15-minute adjournment, and then on our return at 8:45 p.m. We will deal with, I will go to the General Manager to provide his advice, and subject to that advice, we will then deal with the urgent business. So thank you, councillors. We'll now adjourn and we'll return at 8:45 p.m. and then we'll follow after that through the agendas. councillors. Thank you. I now reopen the Randwick Council meeting at 8:52 p.m. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Can I please confirm that we are back online? Thank you. Before we adjourned earlier in the meeting, there was a procedural motion to defer consideration of urgent business in the name of Councillor Rosenfeld. Before I throw to that urgent business, the General Manager deferred his consideration and advice as to the lawfulness of this particular urgent business. I will refer back to the General Manager to supplement his answer. Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the significant majority of the actual urgent business motion is a lawful motion. There's one word which is a bit problematic, and I believe that Councillor Rosenfeld has got the terminology for that and is about to remove that.
Yeah, that's
Thank
correct.
You. Please move your urgent business.
Sure. Okay, in G, so we're going to remove prevent, and instead of that, it's already been done, basically to monitor and take appropriate action of. So as you can see here, there's been a change there, and yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. I'll now. Is a seconder, isn't there? Is a seconder? Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Hamilton. Yep. Thank you. Do you wish to speak to why it should be considered as urgent?
I think that Councillor Rosenfeld has put a steady case that we missed the cut-off and it's coming up, so I think it should be considered.
Thank you. All right, I'll now put the urgent business. All those in favour of considering this as urgent business, say aye. Aye. All those against? I declare the urgent business as carried. There has been a request for a division in the name of Rosenfeld and Hay. All those in favour of considering as urgent business, please raise your hand. We have Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Magna, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against. We have Councillors Willington, Veach, thank you, and Asghari. I declare the urgent business as carried. Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld, could you please move your motion?
Okay, so what we are dealing with here is not simply a casual gathering on the beach. This is a publicly advertised, organised event promoted as a free community event that is expected to draw a crowd and take place on one of our most important public assets, Coogee Beach. And yet it appears to have bypassed the very processes this council has put in place to protect that space. That matters, because our beaches are not a blank canvas for any group to use however they wish. They are shared community spaces used by families, residents, surf life saving clubs, small businesses and visitors every single day. We have rules for a reason. Those rules exist to ensure environmental protection, public safety, fairness of access and community confidence in how these spaces are managed. When an event is promoted publicly, expected to attract a large number of people and involves activity that may impact the environment, it is not optional to seek approval, it is required. Calling something a community event does not exempt it from those obligations. In fact, it makes it more important that the proper process is followed, because without that process, there is no oversight, no accountability, no guarantee that the impact on the beach or the broader community has been properly considered. There is also a second issue here. At the very moment this council is consulting on its social cohesion and multicultural plan, a plan designed to bring people together, we are faced with the prospect of an unapproved event taking place in a highly visible public space without any assessment of how it may be received across our diverse community. This is not responsible. Council has a duty to ensure our public spaces remain welcoming, inclusive and respectful for everyone, not used in ways that risk division, discomfort or exclusion. And importantly, this motion is not about stopping people from gathering. It is about ensuring that any organised use of public space is done properly, transparently and with accountability. If we allow events to proceed outside of our own rules, we are effectively saying these rules don't matter. And once that happens, we lose control of how our public spaces are used. This is not a precedent we should be setting. This motion will simply ask that our processes are respected, our environment is protected, our community standards are upheld. That is reasonable, that's responsible, and that's exactly what our residents would expect of us.
Thank you. Before I go to the seconder of the motion, I actually have a declaration to make. It is a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest, as I'm employed in the office of the New South Wales Attorney General. However, as the nature of the particular reference in the writing of a letter is in no way related to any of my employment duties, I will participate in the matter as I consider it as to be highly remote. However, I do declare the interest to avoid the perception of a conflict of interest. The seconder of the motion. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I hope that everyone supports these. As Councillor Rosenfeld said, we don't want to set a precedent where we allow groups to descend onto the beaches advertising as free community events when we have a well-equipped, very well funded, we approve an increasing budget every year to enable the Director of Community Services to, charge her team with the right tools to hold free community events. And so because of that, we really do gain such a massive benefit in Randwick Council, thanks very much to the council staff's efforts. And for any other organisation to call out their event as a free community event, I think that it's very confusing and it really does take away from the efforts and the achievements of our Randwick staff when they do hold amazing free community events. Look at Coogee Nights, Coogee Bay Road. It was just amazing. We're going to talk a bit more about it later on. But that's only one of many, many examples. Look at the Dawn service we just had. That's an incredible event. And I know many people really appreciate that Randwick City is able to put that event on free for this community. So let's do the right thing. Let's, vote this motion through so that we can reset the balance of what's right in terms of how we approach our community and engage our community in a really constructive way through the resources that we have available to us.
Councillor Veach.
I'm obviously going to speak against this motion, but I'm also hoping to actually put a question through to the mover, if that's okay.
Question through to the mover of the motion.
Do you know who the organiser is? Could you tell the community who the organiser is?
Whoa.
Well, I'm happy to tell who the organiser is. It's a Jewish group. Jews Against the Occupation 48. Well, I can't engage in
Point of order.
debate. I'll withdraw that. Don't worry.
Okay.
This event is organised by quite a prominent Jewish group, Jews Against the Occupation 48. I don't think this is really a time when we should be stoking division by seeking to block an event by a local community group who happen to be Jewish. I actually find that quite strange. However, that hasn't even been mentioned in this motion. The motion seems to have a lot of fairly detailed legalistic arguments about why this event should not go ahead without actually saying who the organiser is or what the event is about. It just says a community event without giving any information. So I'm not even sure why we're voting on this. However, I would also draw our attention to, so A, the motion doesn't really specify who the organiser is or what it's about, but apparently this event organised by no one, that's about nothing, should not go ahead because our council, it doesn't conform to council rules. But I will draw your attention to some of our council rules in case there is any interest in looking at them, because we do have quite prominently listed on the council website types of public activity that don't require approval. The use of a park for a family picnic, barbecue or social gathering, an informal gathering of under 70 people with the purpose of socialising. I understand that this is not meant to, I'm aware of the event, I'm planning to attend, and it's highly likely to have less than 70 people. It's a bunch of people who are gathering in support of Gaza and the Samud Flotilla, which is bringing aid to the people of Gaza. It's in support of a international humanitarian effort, which we should all be supporting. We have large gatherings all the time across our LGA for people for social events, probably many of which do have more than 70 people. And I haven't seen any motions up about any of those, because actually our public spaces are there to be used. This is taking place on a beach. It's not blocking pedestrians. It's not going to block any traffic. It's not going to block swimmers or anyone or get in anyone's way. And I'm sure everyone will do the right thing and pick up any materials and so on and take them away with them at the end. So I find this urgency motion very strange and inappropriate, and I will not be supporting it. We should be allowing people in our community have different views on many different issues. Social cohesion doesn't mean blocking one in favour of another, and all of our different groups should be made, not should be made, but are indeed welcome. This is a welcoming event. It's not harming anyone. In fact, all it is doing is promoting peace, and I'm sure it will comply with all of the council rules and regulations. And perhaps next time a motion like this is put up, the information should be put up there. And again, I find it very strange that anyone would be seeking to block an event that's being held by the Jewish community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hay.
I'd just like to, Councillor Veach just invoked some rules. I'd like to briefly read from the draft fees and charges document which we just voted on. It is a condition of bookings that the area be left in the same condition in which it was found. Councillors, if you look at the flyer, the natural and ordinary purpose of the meeting that is being proposed is to put garbage into our ocean. They are, or if you...
Sorry, point of order.
Sorry, I will hear the point of order.
Councillor Hay is not speaking to the motion. He's not speaking to the motion because it doesn't specify what this event is. He's not speaking to the motion, and he needs to address the emotion. Sorry.
Sorry. In relation to that, I will uphold that point of order. And the reason why I will uphold the point of order is nowhere does it specify in the actual text of the motion what we're actually referring to. And my understanding is the basis in which this is actually allowed and is a lawful motion is that is sufficiently general. So, Councillor Hay, what I will suggest is that you keep your remarks to the substantive motion.
Okay.
I just have a question.
Councillor Hamilton.
If Councillor Veach mentioned that this event is for aid to Gaza, then why can't Councillor Hay mention, as per the title, that this motion is in response to a flotilla?
Councillor Hamilton, I'll happily...
Gaza origami, that's my question. So how is that not allowed?
So Councillor Hamilton, as the chair of the meeting, it is my job to conduct the meeting in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice. Deviations from the Code of Meeting Practice are brought to my attention by virtue of a point of order. I in no way endorse the comments provided by Councillor Veach, or for that matter, those of any other councillor. However, at no point did a councillor draw a point of order as to whether or not they thought that anything that she raised was out of order. However, in this particular instance, a councillor did...
Actually, no, I did. So I went to stand up as soon as Councillor Veach said pro-Palestinian. I went and I said, and she said, I retract that.
She withdrew the comment.
That's right.
Yes.
And so then, well, you just said no one pointed out, and I'm saying yes, I did.
No.
But then she retracted
in
before
relation
I could
to ruling
make
on
the
a matter.
point. No, but she retracted.
So,
she understood.
Councillor Hamilton, you've just asked the basis in which I've upheld a point of order as it relates to Councillor
I asked
Hay.
I asked the question,
Yes.
why are you ruling when you just heard during this debate the basis of the event, so the event's,
So, point of
event's
order.
Point
Point of order.
were...
So
I have a point of
I'll
order.
just hear the point of order, Councillor Veitch, and then I'll go back to what Councillor Hamilton was saying. Councillor Veitch.
The Mayor has ruled on the point of order, and I don't know why we're still debating this. The Mayor has actually made a ruling.
Thank you. Just in relation to this, look, I do actually think Councillor Hamilton is debating the ruling. However, I will answer that. Previously, Councillor Veitch withdrew the matter. Because she withdrew it, there is nothing for me to actually rule on because it was removed from the actual public debate. And so what you're suggesting is that somehow that I had made a ruling in relation to hers as I had just made a ruling in relation to Councillor Hayes. However, she withdrew it. Thank you.
No, my question was not how you ruled or why you ruled or whether you ruled. My question was, why would you rule against Councillor Hay when the subject matter has been already put within the debate? So the objective of the flotilla has already been put into the debate, and Councillor Hay is talking about the flotilla. So the event that Councillor Veitch has already put into the debate. So the precedent or the exact meaning has already been put out into the open without challenge, without being told to take it back.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. You've said it is a question in relation to that. I believe that I've answered in it. I don't have anything further to add. Councillor Hay, could you please continue as it relates to the substance of this motion?
In that case, by virtue of your own ruling just then, I call Councillor Veitch to withdraw her entire speech on the grounds that she talked about a banned topic.
My question to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Veitch has addressed the Council. Councillor Veitch has concluded her remarks. There was no point of order or dissent about what Councillor Veitch had said at the time. Therefore, Councillor Veitch will not be required to actually withdraw it.
Thank you. Councillor Hay, please continue.
Well, we're in a very bizarre territory where if a councillor says something and then objects to anyone offering any sort of reasoned and public debate so that their comments can just sit there unchallenged. It's a very undemocratic attitude to the debate in the chamber, and though I don't challenge the ruling, I will leave it there. And I'd like to commend Councillors Rosenfeld and Hamilton on their speech, and I urge everyone to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Rosenfeld, do you wish to close the debate?
No, I've said everything I have to say.
Thank you very much. We'll now put it. All those in favour? There's been a request for a division in the name of Burst and Rosenfeld. Okay, now put it. All those in favour say aye. So all those in favour, raise your hand. Councillors Hamilton, Magna, Hay, Luxford, Gordon, Rosenfeld, Martin, Wilson, Said, Burst, D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against. We have Councillors Wellington, Veitch and Asghari. I declare the matter carried. Thank you. We now move to motions pursuant to notice. NM 26/26, notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld, street banners commemorating Easter. Councillor Rosenfeld, could you please move your motion?
Yes, the reason I'm moving this motion is that I did notice recently we had the Easter festival, and I did notice that there were some councils, mainly Western Suburbs councils, that had street banners up. I thought it's such a good thing that I spoke to a few of the councillors and I had good community feedback on that, having street banners up for Easter. We do have a large Christian community in our LGA. of different forms of Christianity are represented. We have large Orthodox, including Councillor Luxford here, a lot of Catholicism and not as big as the Catholicism, but also quite a reasonable Anglican community as well. And I think they'd really appreciate if we had some banners up during Easter. I do realise that sometimes Easter can be close to Anzac Day, so that's why I've added a point that for the report to come back on an appropriate strategy for those years where Easter falls close to Anzac Day. So we still honour those who gave their sacrifice for war, as well as having an Easter celebration. Should those two festivals fall close to each other, usually they don't. Sometimes they do. So I'm just asking for a report, not asking for you to basically vote that it happens, but just ask the report to come back. I don't usually put a timeline on these things, but given the fact that we need to prepare for next Easter, I've asked for October 2026. So please support the motion to basically support our Christian community in the LGA.
Thank you. Councillor Burst is the seconder.
I reserve the right.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Willington.
Firstly, I'd like to say that I've thought about this some length, and there are a couple of points I'd like to make. One is I don't know that the 45.1% of people in Randwick who said that they were Christians during the 2021 census really are calling out for support. I'm not sure that we could practically manage the confusion around the Gregorian calendar, Easter, and the Orthodox calendar, because they're often 2 weeks apart. So if banners were up celebrating Easter, they would then have to come down, or they'd have to stay up. So if you had Easter and the banners were up, but then they stayed up in order to get to Orthodox Easter, people would be very confused. If they came down and then went up again for Orthodox Easter, large numbers of the community would be equally confused. And I'm not sure that it would be very supportive. I think it would cause a lot of confusion. Additionally, there are 36.9% of the Randwick community who on the last census declared that they had no religion at all. And it seems to me that well, I am a councillor representing North Ward, and so it seems to me that we should perhaps steer away from sectarian and religious expressions and focus on community events and possibly sport, although that has a religious aspect to it, I feel. And whilst I appreciate the good intentions of Councillor Rosenfeld, and we have had some conversation about this, I feel that I can't really support this and will be voting against.
Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through to the Director of Community and Culture. Does point C, where detailing the banner design to be used, does that create operational difficulties with the procedure in which banners are proposed, designed and erected?
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's something that we will include in the report back when it comes.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hay.
Councillors, I'd like everyone to look at the public art guidelines that we've just voted on and just gone through unanimously. You'll note that on both page 9 and page 29, you've got two images of the one sculpture, which is described as multi-headed reclining figure. Now, it is designed, it's not explicitly mentioned here, but it's designed in concert with the Hindu faith. Now, if we were to take Councillor Wellington's proposal seriously, she would also be in favour of removing that statue on the grounds that it is not appropriate for people who are not in the Hindu faith to look at it. Now, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. We have a public sculpture which is designed to be welcoming to the people of the Hindu faith. We can have events that are welcoming to people of various faiths at various times. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Just a question through to the Director of the Community. What is the usual time that banners, once they're erected, that they're on display for? What's the general approximate time that'd be there?
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Generally, they could be designed around specific events or things that are happening. I would say, on average, they could be anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks.
Okay, thank you. So would it be possible if we put up the Easter flags that they could actually still be up there for Greek Orthodox Easter 2 weeks later? Or Orthodox Easter, yep.
Through to the Director of Community and Culture, I'll then go to Councillor Luxon.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Thank you. Councillor Luxon, and then I'll go to you, Councillor D'Souza.
Yeah, I think it would be nice to have some flags up for Easter. I would be concerned on what exactly was going to go on the flags, because if we are going to be celebrating Easter, then Easter is not Easter bunnies, and definitely not in my my religion anyway. But that aside, I think the Orthodox people are pretty, would be fine if the flags went down and weren't up for Orthodox Easter, because we are, we've dealt our entire lives, and, it wouldn't be such a big issue. But it would be nice if the flags were still up. Sometimes it's not such a big gap between, well, this year it was only a week difference, so it would be fine, but yeah. It's not a drama if the flags aren't up for Orthodox Easter, because, yeah, we just deal with it.
Councillor D'Souza.
Mr. Mayor, to the relevant officer, could I ask the cost? How much does it cost to put and remove the flags over a period of time?
Through to the Director of... Through to the Manager of Communications. You may have to come up here, though.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The cost to print a round of street banners is around $4,000, and the cost to install a complete change was about $9,000.
Thank you. Do you have anything further, Councillor D'Souza? Councillor Hay.
If I could ask a follow-up question to that question, given that we always have something on the flyers, is there any additional cost to putting up flyers, to putting up flags on our flagpoles?
Through to the Manager of... Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Sid.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we're trying to cure cancer here or anything else. I think it's a very good motion. I think that 40% of the population will be very, very happy to see them. The rest don't have to look at them if they don't want to. It's a very nice gesture. It is Easter. It is a time of celebration. And I think, and I applaud Councillor Rosenfeld for doing it, and I'd like to put it.
Thank you. There's been a procedural motion that the motion be put. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Rosenfeld, do you wish to close the debate?
Yeah, more or less just to say that, yeah, I do think would be great for our LGA to and the Christian population in the LGA. So please support it.
Thank you. Now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 27/26, Notice of Motion from Council of Veitch, Energy, Security and Affordability. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wellington. Councillor Veitch, please move your motion.
Thank you. Look, councillors, I think we're all very, very conscious, as everyone in our community is, of the appalling situation we now find ourselves in with rapidly escalating fuel costs affecting everyone with no end in sight. We're in completely unknown territory. I certainly can't recall any kind of similar situation in my lifetime, and I don't know that anyone has. Global fuel costs are rising because of what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz. So it is essential that our particular council's obviously doing its bit, but it's essential that both the state and federal government continue to explore every avenue we can find to reduce energy costs, certainly for transport, but as well as for domestic and business use. There are obviously a number of schemes out there which are being promoted by the state and federal government. It's great that they're doing that, but I think it's incumbent, I'm sure there'll be every single council across Australia will be putting up similar motions. So I hope you can support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington is the seconder.
I second the motion. I think this is very important. We need to do everything we can to ensure energy security and obviously affordability. And I may not be saying anything particularly gripping, but...
Sorry, can I just interrupt? Councillor Wellington will be heard in silence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Especially extending the rollout of electric vehicle charging stations, we need to accelerate that as fast as possible. The current geopolitical instability has caused a big kick up in the purchase of electric vehicles, and I can see that we are really going to run into trouble unless we have enough EV charging stations, and I support all the points in this motion. I commend it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have an amendment to replace Part V of to lowering the cost of public transport and increasing public transport services.
Thank you. Can I just confirm, Councillor Veitch is the mover. Do you accept it?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Councillor Hay, back on the substantive motion.
I'll go for it anyway. I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay.
I've sent this through to Mr. Kelly
your
previously. Councillors, the title of the motion. The title of the motion is Energy Security and Affordability. Ultimately, I don't believe that. Yes, it's energy security is the title of the motion, and it behooves us all to think about the cause of the current crisis is regarded in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't want to talk about international politics, but Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has talked about sending ships to the Strait of Hormuz. So we do have a barracks in Randwick City Council, and so we should do everything we can to support the Royal Australian Navy, and we should ask what they need and how we can operationally run the barracks, or if there's anything we can do for them. Secondly, we have fundamentally found ourselves in this crisis because we don't have enough diesel, primarily, but other petrol sources as well, aviation fuel, regular unleaded petrol for our cars. We don't have enough bulk liquid storage. And we do have Port Botany within Randwick City Council's boundary, so we should liaise with the New South Wales ports to see what we can do to increase the bulk liquid storage that we have. And yes, by all means, point D, we should write to everyone and do what common sense measures we can to increase public transport services and subsidies for power bills. But our focus should be where it is with regards to energy security, and we should look and write to the Navy, see what help they can give, and what we can do with our bulk liquid storage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch, as the mover of the motion, do you accept it?
No, I do not. And also, I would argue that by and large, it actually has no relevance to the motion and should really be called out of order, because this is talking about the Navy and this is not about security. But so I think it should be out of order. But
Okay.
if
Is
it's
that
not,
a-
I
is
will
that
not
a
accept
point
it.
of order?
Well, I guess I'd ask for advice from the general manager. But if the advice comes back that it is, I will not accept it.
Okay. Mr. Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Hay was making the point that because in your title you're talking about energy security, Councillor Hay's then drawn the bow for energy security, and as a result, I wouldn't have ruled that out of order.
Thank you. Okay, it's seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? I'll go to Councillor Said and then Councillor Hamilton.
Mr. Mayor, I have to vote against this. It's actually point B, acknowledging that we'll help send the Australian Navy to go to a war that broke international rules, and also to liaison with New South, or NSW ports, I should say, for more bulk liquid storage, which actually, Port Botany, which actually is in my ward. And actually, I think we've got enough chemicals and storage as it is, and I would not want to put that on the people of the South Ward to have more dangerous stored goods there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Look, I definitely support the amendment. I think that what we need to understand is that if we don't draw the oil from our country, we have to bring it in. We have to import it. And importing it means travelling across the waterways. Travelling across the waterways safely and getting it to this country means engaging in the Royal Australian Navy, because that's their job. They secure our borders, and those borders extend to the waterways. So I think that this makes a lot of sense, and it's very disappointing that people don't understand that.
I'd like to move the motion be put.
There's been a procedural motion from Councillor Gordon, seconded by Councillor Said, to put the amendment. All those in favour of putting the amendment say aye. All those against declare that carried. Okay, I'll now put the amendment in the name of Hay Rosenfeld. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare. Okay, there's been a request for a division in the name of Rosenfeld and. Division requires 2 councillors, Rosenfeld and Martin. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have councillors Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin and Burst. All those against. We have Wellington, Magna, Veitch, Luxford, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, Said, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the amendment lost. Okay, thank you. We now return to the substantive debate. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Veitch, do you wish to close the debate? Okay, we'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that. Okay, there's been a request for a division in the name of Rosenfeld and. Okay, I declare it. I declare the motion carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 28/26, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, support for community radio. Seconded by Councillor Asghari.
Thank you. Our speaker, thank you very much. I too was an alumni of 2SER an extremely long time ago. It was a fantastic experience. It was very hard. Radio broadcasting is not easy. But at that point it was up on the top of the UTS tower. But these days 2SER finds itself in much more difficult circumstances. We heard from Robbie Buck, who's a very well-known Australian broadcaster, how important community radio is and what a significant impact it will make if 2SER is shut down in the name of, just corporate cost cutting. It's not an expensive operation, particularly when you think of the huge benefits that it provides. And as a speaker pointed out, you know, we are fed music through our algorithms. Radio, obviously we can make our own personal playlists and choices and so on, but actually radio remains one of those really important areas where you get to hear new music, particularly local music from Sydney musicians and Australian musicians that you just wouldn't hear otherwise. And journalists and broadcasters and producers and other technical support staff get that fantastic first-hand experience in actually doing the job of broadcasting. And there's so many supporters, you know, people have been listening to this station for like 45 years or whatever it is. So it'd just be really a tragedy if we were to lose this. So I really urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor or Mr. Mayor, I just have to make a quick declaration on the basis that this motion writes to the Vice-Chancellor of the University of New South Wales, of which provides me direct financial support for studies. However, the connection is so remote that I don't believe it affects my decision-making. Therefore, I will be voting on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Asghari is the seconder. Councillor Asghari, do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to recommend everyone to support Councillor Veitch's motion, and I strongly support it. And as a long-term listener, I look at it a different way, but I believe that 2SER stands out for how internationally it reflects the rich cultural and linguistic diversity of Sydney. The station actively supports voices for varied backgrounds, whether through multicultural storytelling, discussions on identity and belonging. And also, 2SER is a vital voice in Sydney's independent media, known for amplifying diverse communities and perspectives. Through programs, it highlights multicultural stories and culturally rich experiences that are often overlooked elsewhere. By blending music, ideas, and community voices, 2SER creates a space where difference is not just included, but genuinely valued and heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too support Councillor Veitch's notice of motion. Community radio, friends, is highly important as a vibrant, independent medium that serves local needs, champions diverse and marginalised voices, as Councillor Asghari said, and strengthens social connections. It provides essential tailored programming supporting local artists and providing, I've been told, in some cases up to $2.20 of social value for every dollar spent. Now, when we talked about diverse representation, it amplifies, local community radio amplifies voices often overlooked by mainstream media, including First Nations, ethnic and LGBTQIA communities. It's local focus and reliability. So what we're saying is that these stations provide locally relevant content, news and information, especially crucial for regional areas. Cultural support. We all know about that, and I'm sure Councillor Veitch is very, very supportive because it acts as a major platform for local artists and musicians, often giving them their first airplay. I can go on and on and on. It's important, it's relevant, and I think we should support it.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Veitch, do you wish to close the debate? Thank you. Okay, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 30/26, notice of motion from Councillor Said. Sorry, have I skipped one? Sorry, my apologies. NM 29/26, notice of motion from Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I seek to move this as I've written the business paper.
Second to Councillor Luxford.
Thank you. Look, this just seeks to address some planning items I think council should consider to improve the amenity and built form in R2 and R3 residential zones. The first two items relate to increasing housing diversity and housing choice by encouraging the development of a range of low-scale multi-dwelling houses such as terraces, townhouses and manor houses. And these points also seek to ensure that dual occupancy developments actually suit the character of the streetscape and of the neighbourhood. And in terms of reviewing our long-term planning statements, as we typically do as council on a regular basis, this just seeks to outline our approach for doing so, with the intention of identifying some well-located areas to review the permitted built form as designated in the Randwick Local Environmental Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford is the seconder.
Yeah. So I support Councillor Gordon's motion. I think it's really important because now with the changes in what is being built and can be built, etc., we are starting to lose the identity of some of our beautiful suburbs. And what is being built is not in character at all with what is already in the street or the area or what have you. So I think it's important that we look at these measures and try to do better for our communities and for our residents to give them better amenity in areas that are really quite nice but are starting to become quite ghetto-ish. So I support the motion.
Thank you. Are there any further? Councillor Hay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask a question through the mover of the motion. I'm all in favour of what you're doing with regarding to R2 zones, but with regard to R3 zones, what is the purpose of encouraging development of low multi-scale dwelling houses? We just voted through a 9-storey building in an R3 zone. What developer is going to look at?
I didn't vote for it.
Well, okay, the council voted through it. What is the purpose of advising them that they could build a terrace or a townhouse when any developer is just going to turn around and say, let's build a 9-storey apartment block?
So to respond to Councillor Hay, the VPA we would have just voted on earlier relates to a development within the low mid-rise stage 2, I believe, radius, which automatically lifts the permitted height of an area. Of course, R3 zones across Randwick Council are to a variety of permitted heights. Many, I believe, R3 zones, correct me if I'm wrong, are permitted to only 9.5 metres as per the LEP. So I think there's a variety of height controls. What this would do is in the areas where I believe the FSR permits it, we would encourage a diversity of these types of dwellings because, and this is largely in R2 zones, the current settings largely only encourage the development of dual occupancies and not other types of small, low-scale, multi-dwelling housing. So it's essentially the current settings in R2 and to some extent in R3 only incentivise one type of dwelling, so we want to increase the diversity of that.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Burst.
It is disappointing that Councillor Gordon is anti-dual occupancy. Dual occupancy is a valid and well-chosen path to increasing low-density residential and to help with housing affordability, ensuring more houses for access to our younger community to enter the housing market. We don't want to disadvantage our younger community getting into the housing market. So I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay, are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Gordon, to close the debate.
Just in closing the debate and to respond to some of the comments made by Councillor Burst, The intention is not to ban dual occupancies, as I will freely agree with you that they are one element of a diverse range of housing types that will encourage more people to be able to afford houses in low density residential areas. In fact, I actually live in a dual occupancy, so I clearly don't hate them that much. But to be serious, I mean, we want to encourage a range of housing types to allow housing choice for families to be able to afford to live in our area and to choose the manner in which they do so. And so I think that it is vital for us to encourage other types of housing as well. It's not that, we don't want to, as I said, we don't want to ban dual occupancies here. It's about providing housing choice, essentially.
Thank you. It being a planning matter, a record of voting is required. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Is that unanimous? No? Okay. We've got Councillor Wellington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Hay, Gordon, Martin, Asghari, Wilson, Said, and D'Souza, and the Mayor. All those against. We have Councillors Hamilton, Rosenfeld, and Burst. I declare the matter carried. Thank you. We now move to notice of motion from Councillor Said, new PA at Coogee Oval. Moved Councillor Said. Do I have a seconder? Yeah, so Councillor Said.
Mr. Mayor, because Councillor Martin put a virtual identical nomination in, I'm just moving a procedural motion that we do it as a joint motion.
Sorry, thank you. There's a procedural motion that the two get bundled together. Can I just confirm?
But actually, when they're bundled together, you won't make any changes because they're virtually identical.
So can I just confirm? Just Councillor Said. So Councillor Said, can I just so I can get an intention? Is it your intention? Sorry, I can get clarification as to your intention. Is it your intention to merge the text of the two, or is it that they're considered simultaneously, and if one is carried, it is considered that the other lapsed? I'm just not clear as to what it is you're seeking to do.
Exactly that they're done in joint, and my one would go through because it's virtually exactly the same. And if it's carried, then Councillor Martin is part of my motion as a joint motion, and hers lapses. Because there's no need to join them together. I think there's 3 lines that might have to come together. Is that all right with you?
So it's a notice of motion.
Yeah, yes, but virtually on my one.
Okay.
Because it's the same.
All right. So I understand. There is a procedural motion to consider the two simultaneously. In the event that Councillor Said's is carried, Councillor Martin's will lapse. All those in favour of doing that, say aye. Aye. All those against, declare that carried. Okay. In light of that, I now call for a seconder to Councillor Said's motion. To Councillor Martin. It is Councillor Martin.
My understanding is that it's a joint notice of motion together, therefore I can't be the seconder. Yeah.
Can.
Yep, okay, that's fine. Moved Councillor Said, seconded Councillor Martin. That's fine. Councillor Said.
Okay, so both Councillor Martin and I at the Mr. Mayor, I take this as read, and what's it about is that both Councillor Martin and I were at the season launch at Randwick Rugby, and it was to commemorate Peter Marzo Ma, but unfortunately the ceremony was marred by the public address system, which was cutting in and out and making it very hard to hear the speakers. So therefore, as in point D, that we request that the council officers prepare a report with the conditions of what the limitations of the existing PA system and providing cost estimates and an upgrade to a new PA system. And also at the same time in this motion that it has been requested to myself by people who are frail and elderly that we do put in a handrail, if possible, in the grandstand to make it all levels of the grandstand accessible to those people who are frail. So, Mr. Mayor, all we're asking is that there's an upgrade on the PA system because everyone who was there actually knows what we're talking about.
Thank you, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I rise to speak on Coogee Oval.
which is in my ward, although clearly attracting a bit of cross-border interest lately. But in all seriousness, I do thank Councillor Said for the procedural motion to include me, given we both just happened to lodge essentially the same notice of motion. It's a good example of councillors independently identifying the same issue and working together to progress it. I agree with everything Councillor has said. Coogee Oval is our premier sporting venue, hosting international sporting events, live TV games across multiple codes, and we need to get this right. This issue was first raised with me at the recent international rugby fixture featuring the Japanese side. I was approached by the chairman of the Randwick Rugby Foundation and asked for assistance in having the PA system or a new PA system investigated. Then the following Saturday at another major fixture was mentioned again. It was clear to everyone in attendance, and there were many councillors who were there on that day, that the system is simply not sufficient. Announcements could not be clearly heard across the ground, including the beautiful tribute to Peter Mazo-Mayor. So, when this is being raised by the community, stakeholders and by councillors across the chamber, it's clear it's an issue which needs some attention. So let's support this and get this system in Coogee Oval, our premier sporting venue, upgraded as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld and Councillor D'Souza.
Yes, I was also at that Randwick Rugby event and standing with a few board members when the service was taking place, and yes, it was very hard to hear, and they basically had to tell people even in our area to be quiet just so we can barely hear it. So then when it was raised to me, I basically said, look, it's most appropriate for it to be raised by an East Ward councillor, and there is an East Ward councillor here, Carolyn, so then they spoke to Carolyn about it, and it's a great East Ward initiative, and I look forward to being in future rugby games where we can hear the PA, and hopefully they can announce Randwick winning a lot of games.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Oh, actually, Councillor Rosenfeld said everything I was going to say. I too was surprised. Two councillors put up the same PA request. But in saying that, after talking to Councillor Martin, and thank you for taking my call this morning, she made it clear to me that it was the group, the directors that approached her, and that was the reason, she chose to put forward this notice of motion. So it's not something that it was just, well, let's get it done. She did see the deficiency in the system, and then when she was approached, she acted, and that's a real positive thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. There's been a request to put the motion. All those in favour of putting the motion say aye. All those against declare that carried. Councillor Said, as the mover of the motion, in reply.
I do have a reply, but I won't say.
You do have a reply, yes.
On behalf of everyone there, and I would have taken your call too, Councillor D'Souza, probably not. But anyway, really does need to be fixed. I remember that as Mayor, when we did the stand in 2019, there was a new PA system, but unfortunately it obviously doesn't seem to be working. So on behalf of everyone there, I think we really need to get this done.
Thank you. All right, we'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against declare that carried. The motion is carried. Therefore, NM 35/26 lapses. Okay, thank you. We now move to NM 31/26. Notice of motion from Councillor Said, seconded by Councillor Burst. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take this as read, and to cut a long story short, at the mill ponds at Botany, Sydney Water releases raw sewerage, and as you can see there, up until there's a maximum of about 2,500 megalitres of raw sewerage that goes into Botany Bay. Bayside is notified when this happens, but unfortunately Randwick isn't, and we are the main recipient of the E. coli that lands on Frenchman's Bay and Yarra Bay. I was going to request signage to also go up warning people about when the beach is at its worst, but we've actually just recently put those in. So, but we do need to pressure Sydney Water to put the infrastructure in so that raw sewage actually goes down the 5 kilometre pipe down out to sea rather than lands in Botany Bay and lands at our beaches. Once again, as what's happened in the past via the evils of ICI, Port Botany, and every other thing that tips into Botany Bay. Now we've got raw sewage, which is legally allowed to be done. I really need to emphasise that we need to write to government agencies and Sydney Water to desperately try to do the infrastructure so this can stop happening. And we do need to collaborate with Bayside and help us to sort of stop this happening. And please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Burst.
I'd like to commend Councillor said on this motion. Yes, we've been living through this crap for a long time. Ever since I've lived there, it's been a problem with our beaches. We really need our federal and state MPs, our local MPs, to fight a bit harder to help stop this happening, this overflow. And as Councillor said, it needs to go down to the long pipes that go out 2, 3, 5 kilometres out to sea and be discharged. So we're not copying that in Botany Bay and Frenchman's Bay and Little Bay and Yarra Bay. So we can get back to having some pristine bays that are safe for people to swim in. So thank you, Councillor said, for bringing this motion forward.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 33/26, notice of motion from Councillor Magna, Burnie Park and Burnie Park Community Centre scoping study and upgrade.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk about the
Seconded
park
by Councillor
that
Wellington.
Burnie Park in Clovelly, which is one of the most used and booked smaller community venues. There's the Clovelly Community Playgroup. It hosts birthday parties, community gatherings, and the park has a lovely playground and a fenced area, and it's very highly used by families across the North Ward. But as the speaker earlier this morning, former councillor Jeff Stevens pointed out that there's no public toilet, there is no water drinking fountain, there is no shaded area, nowhere for kids to wash their hands, and really it's somewhat below the very high standard that we have in other public parks across the Randwick local government area. We've already funded in upgrades to Wills Reserve, Woomera Reserve, Fred Williams Reserve, Beela Park, Funacane Reserve, Coral Sea Park, all of those parks. I'm glad we've invested in them, and it's a great thing, and it's the type of work that we should be doing as a council. And Burnie Street Park is now long overdue for the same type of love that we've sprinkled around to our other parks and amenities. This is the motion's just asking for a very modest, staged investigation. The motion also complements the resolution that my North Ward colleague, Councillor Wellington, proposed and was approved by this council to investigate options for the utilisation of the Burnie Community Centre. I was glad to second that motion, and I'm very glad that my colleague is seconding this motion to upgrade the physical infrastructure of that park. It's a really well-used community venue, and it deserves to have the same kind of standard of amenity that we've delivered elsewhere across the LGA. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington is the seconder.
Yes, I'd just like to second the motion and wholeheartedly support Councillor Magna's proposals that Burnie Park is in need of some renovation, and it would certainly benefit from the various improvements he suggests, and I'm sure that the children and young people and their families of the surrounding streets would be very grateful indeed. It gets a lot of use, and it's a very well loved park in a ward that is a little bit short on useful spaces for young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to Notice of Motion 34/26, Notice of Motion from Councillor Hay, proposal for the Avoca Bundock Sturt Street traffic lights.
Thanks, everyone. I'll take most of the motions read. It's very important that we get these traffic lights built. I'd like to thank Ms. Sharkey for talking on this topic and actually being in favour of the majority and purpose of my motion. I was the majority of my motion is that I want to get the traffic lights built. Now, I was very concerned that the public consultation being 8 years old and there is no official point in time in which public consultation lapses. It lapses in validity, but I mean, I was a bit concerned about whether or not that will go ahead. But if that's everyone's sticking point, that doesn't. If I can get a feel for the room, if that's what people, if that's the only reason people oppose it, that's okay. We can look at the just not doing the public consultation, just moving ahead with it. But anyway, look, I urge everyone to do this. We've been waiting, since at least 2019, probably even a lot longer for these traffic lights. The kids, particularly at Rainbow Street Public School and Randwick Public School, have been waiting for this. So I urge everyone to support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Martin is the seconder.
Or is that Mara?
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Veach. I'll then go to Councillor Sid. Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be moving an amendment. So, councillors, I won't be supporting this motion, and I'd
Seconded
like
by Councillor Magna.
to delete this and move my amendment. The cycleway was approved back in 2019, and then we got funding for the design in 22-23, and then in 23-24 we got $2 million to build the traffic lights. So that's fully funded. The traffic lights have been approved and fully funded, and the reason they haven't been built, as we all know, because it's been reported to council, the traffic committee and the cycling committee, is that there's significant Sydney Water infrastructure under that road, under Avoca Street, and that's caused big delays. So we're just waiting for that issue to be sorted. I believe that we're close to it. But that's all we're waiting for. Everything else is funded and approved, and there's just, I don't know why we're even debating this motion, because this is all a matter of public record. The community are keen for it to go ahead. So I'm just noting all of these different things. I'd also like to thank all of the community members, particularly there's a number of members from the Kingsford East precinct who for many years have been strongly advocating for this, as well as bikies, Safe Street to Schools and Better Streets. So I'd like to acknowledge all of those groups who played such a significant role in advocating for the increase in safety measures in that area, you know, which includes the now Randwick School, High School and Rainbow Street Public and all manner of schools in that vicinity. So I hope you will support this amendment. We don't need to go back out to community consultation. I'm sure these lights will be put in as soon as possible, and I will ask a question through the Mayor to the Director of City Services to see if he has any updates at all from Sydney Water as to when it will
Thank
be
you. Just
constructed.
before I go to the Director of City Services, I take it that you don't accept the amendment?
If I could ask one question on that, would Councillor Veach be okay to include a target start date of, target construction start date of 2027 in the amendment?
Well, we're waiting on Sydney Water. Like, there's a reason why it's been delayed. So I don't know. I actually have asked a question.
That's fair. That's fair. All you had was the ability to say accept or reject.
I think I just reject for now because I don't know.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch has asked a question to the Director of City Services. Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr Mayor, at this stage I don't have an update, but I can take that on notice, Councillor Veitch, and come back to you with a specific update on that particular Sydney Water issue.
Thank you.
And if I could very quickly ask a question, is it feasible for a target construction date of 2027?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Just given my response, sorry, through yourself, Mr Mayor, given my response for the previous question, just with that Sydney Water comment unknown, whilst we are working for an imminent start date, I couldn't give a confirmation in that regard tonight.
All right, thank you. I have Councillor Magner as the seconder. I'll then go to seconder on the amendment. I'll then go to Councillor Said. Councillor Said, were you speaking on the amendment or the substantive motion? Yep, that's fine. Okay, yep, and then am I right? Was it Councillor Luxford and then Councillor Luxford? Yep.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This amendment is about listening to...
Okay.
Yep.
So, Councillor, to just confirming, Councillor Hay accepts the amendment which substitutes all words and replaces it with the following amendment from Councillor Veitch.
Mr Mayor, I want these traffic lights to get built.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
I'm just clarifying the intent. Thank you. All right. We now move back to the substantive motion, of which I had a hand up from Councillor Said, then Councillor Luxford, and then I'll go back to you, Councillor Magner. Councillor Said.
A question to the relevant officer, Mr Mayor. And I'm just trying to confirm my memory here. In 2019, when there was some councillors, myself and Councillor Luxford, fought hard to actually get the intersection done, but we were told it couldn't be because it was tied to, by the manager at the time of transport, that it had to be built at the same time as the bike track on Bundock and Sturt. And we fought hard to make sure that it was done as soon as possible. And it was, at that time, the reasoning was it couldn't be done unless it was all done at once. And that's why it's taken so long to be done, because Sturt and Bundock haven't been started yet. Can you confirm that? My memory's correct.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr Mayor. Councillor said I couldn't confirm specifically what the previous manager had mentioned, but what I could say is that the project, both the signals and the cycleway, have been designed concurrently, so they are both subject to the same concept arrangement. For the cycleway, over the past few years, we have received grant funding, as the motion alludes to, that delivers the signals first as part, or stage one as part of the cycleway.
Thank you. Councillor Luxon. Would you like me to come back to Councillor Luxon?
Okay.
Councillor Luxon.
Just in regards to the Sydney Water issues, exactly what are they, and will they need to do significant work before anything else starts? Because I have had experience with all this on Todman Avenue and Doncaster for many years, and it takes a long time for Sydney Water issues to be fixed completely or properly, maybe is the word. Yeah.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr Mayor. As just mentioned to Councillor Veitch, I will come back with an update specifically on the Sydney Water matter, but I do believe it's in relation to the relocation of services in the vicinity of the intersection, and costs of that nature would generally be borne by council.
Sorry, I missed that bit.
Costs like of the relocation of services will be borne by the project or the government, in the grant funding.
Councillor Luxford, a follow-up question.
I know how long is a piece of string, but what kind of cost would we be looking at to relocate those services? Like a ballpark starting figure? 10 million, 2 million,
Through to
50?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr Mayor, I will refer back to my response to Councillor Veach. I will take the Sydney Water matter on notice and come back to councillors with an update on that particular issue.
Thank you. Councillor Magnet.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to actually thank the community, in particular Megan Sharkey, who addressed us earlier this evening. Her message was very clear. The community has already been consulted. The design has already changed in response to the consultation. The trees were saved, the plans were revised, all of those concerns have been addressed, and that's what good consultation looks like. It wasn't just Megan Sharkey though, it was community advocates like Diane Nazaroff, Bike East, Safe Streets for School, many more parents and students from Randwick Boys High who had to navigate a three-way traffic crossing at Sturt Street and Avoca where they heard screeching tyres and horns. They filmed that. They've seen the traffic increase since the Nine Ways roundabout was removed. They were frustrated by the delays, but they did not give up. They lobbied for the plastic bollards as an interim safety measure. They went through a lengthy consultation process to remove the dangerous right-hand turns at Sturt and Bundock into Avoca. Those adjustments are now in place and they are making a material difference, and they are a result of the community activists' pressure. But as Megan put it very plainly tonight, her children were 6 and 8 in 2019 and they're now 12 and 14. An entire cohort of students have moved through primary school and now onto high school without these necessary safety improvements being made. And another round of consultations, as was proposed by Councillor Hay in his original motion, would have just led to further delays. A delay compounded by Sydney Water. More consultation won't fix the water main challenges and the issues. The lights and the upgrade are funded. The design is ready. The community have been heard, and the role of us as a council is now to deliver, not to revisit. And that's what the amendment that has been proposed by Councillor Veach and subsequently accepted by Councillor Hay does. It tells the New South Wales Government, Sydney Water, Transport for New South Wales, that Randwick Council is ready to get this done. Therefore, I commend the motion to my fellow councillors.
Thank you. There's a request to put it. Procedural motion must now be dealt with. Moved, Rosenfeld, seconded, said. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 35/26, notice of motion from Councillor Martin. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This notice of motion is really about recognising what we've just seen in Coogee, and that is a program that's worked. Coogee Nights has been absolutely outstanding. One of the best ever events Council has delivered, but I'm a little biased. Across all 4 nights, we saw strong attendance and incredible community energy. And overwhelmingly a positive feedback from residents, visitors from all over the LGA, not just Coogee, and more importantly, our local businesses. It created a vibrant, safe and welcoming atmosphere, and it's exactly the kind of activation our community responds to. I want to acknowledge and thank the council staff who delivered this program. These events just don't happen, and the execution across all 4 nights was exceptional. This motion is now about not letting that momentum stop. It asks that we look at how we can continue Coogee Nights into the future. including identifying funding and grant opportunities to support its sustainability. This motion also asks us to consider a winter activation. Even 1 or 2 nights could make a real difference to local businesses during the quieter months and keep that sense of community connection we have created at Coogee Nights going all year round. This is a positive motion. It built on something that has clearly worked, supports our local economy and strengthens our community. Hoping your support.
I believe it's seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, no, I fully support it. I only went down once during the activation, but saw that it was a great event, and the businesses certainly I spoke to that night were 100% in favour, and it's a good initiative. It's a good place to have it, and let's continue it.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Burst.
I would just like to commend Councillor Martin, our Queen of the Night, for getting this activation going. It's fantastic, and you know the festoon lights are just add vibrancy and get the community going. So thank you very much, and I'll certainly be supporting this motion.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, Councillor Martin, do you wish to close the debate? Okay, thank you. Sure you don't want to reply to Councillor Burst? Now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now have NM 36/26. Notice of motion from Councillor Said. Moved Councillor Said. Seconded Councillor Luxford. Councillor Said.
Mr. Mayor, as you know, the Paddy Basket pavilion has significantly deteriorated, and since I started on council back in 2017, I've had multiple people tell me, especially elderly groups that use the pavilion cafe, that they have to use the public toilets within the change sheds, which aren't very nice. And so I advocated that they be repaired, and they were uplifted, but still significantly not enough. Ever since I've been on council, the roof leaks in the Surfing New South Wales offices, the lifeguards, their amenities are they're not fit for purpose. So it really does need an uplift. I've noticed that the master plan is coming out the Maroubra Beach master plan is coming out this year. It's within this budget, so it'd be fantastic to run this concurrently with that. So I asked the council officers to prepare a report and significant improvements to it, and I'd like to just emphasise, especially to Councillor D'Souza, in no way did this motion at all ever mention that the name Paddy Bastic Pavilion would ever be removed. So I hope you all support it.
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I support this motion, having been at the actual opening of the Paddy Bastic Pavilion myself, and it. Pardon? No, with the Paddy Bastic one. Anyway, having been there at the actual opening, and the honour it was to Paddy Bastic and his family. You know, this name will never ever be removed, as he was part of the history of our area, for those that were lucky enough to know Paddy. But I concur, the building is looking tired, the toilets are not in a good state, and I think that our buildings should look better than what they currently do, and an upgrade is essential to keep within the character of Paddy. So I fully support the motion.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Rosenfeld. I'll then go to Councillor Burst.
Yeah, I fully support it, and the council said if you're going to help another ward, you might as well help Central Ward. So, and yeah, it's correct. Yeah, it does. Definitely does need an upgrade, 100%, and it'll be great to have an upgrade there at the same time as obviously the surf club's getting a full upgrade. So, it definitely makes sense, and hopefully the leak can be fixed soon as well. So fully support.
Councillor Burst.
Just a question through the relevant officer. What sort of timeframe are we looking further for the Maroubra Beach master plan, and how does the pavilion fit in with that master plan?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Through yourself, Mr Mayor. So after council's resolved the generic plan of management tonight, Maroubra was the next plan of management to come back to council. That has already been on exhibition, which outlaid a landscape plan or a sort of a staged implementation plan. Council previously resolved as part of the first time it come to council to focus on the playground and do the playground as the first project. So in the next sort of 2 years, we'll have commencement of the surf club, Maroubra Surf Club, and we're well into commencement. And we're lining up the delivery of the playground to finish at the same time as the surf club finishes, so it's all done on the foreshore in one hit. So we're a fair way along in many elements of that master plan.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Said, do you wish to close the debate? Thank you. And now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. There be. Oh yes.
So basically, I have a petition. And it concerns the dog beach. So it's got 1611 signatures in favour of Randwick LGA having a dog beach. The petition was conducted on change.org and names, postcodes and the dates of signature are listed. It was organised by Lucy Bloom, so I'll bring it up now.
Okay. Deliver it to Mr. Kelly. Are you going to table it? We're going to change that procedure. Thank you. There being no further items in open session, we now move into closed session. Thank you. All right, thank you. I now reopen the ordinary council meeting on the 28th of April. The outcome of CO 16/26 was carried. The outcome of CS 20, sorry, the outcome of CO 16/26 was carried unanimously. The CS 20/26 fire control associated services was carried unanimously. CS 21/26 was carried unanimously. Supplementary confidential item GM1/26 was carried unanimously in an amended fashion. Thank you. There being no further items, I now close the ordinary council April meeting of the 28th of April at 10:44 p.m. Thank you, councillors.